you first, and then you later, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna be surprised if we see Execute try to, you know, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19.
Still got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
Good, it's the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
Go.
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your shots?
And we are back for another days of action here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Fall 2023 season. What will happen by the end of the day? Honestly, I have no freaking idea after what's happened after the first 2 days here in Phase 2 before we can dive into what's happened in the last 2 days of play. I gotta remind you guys once again that Monster Energy is our official energy drink partner here at PMPL NA, and you guys can pick one up and unleash the beast yourselves. And I think we've seen at least a couple of teams able to unleash that beast here in the battlegrounds over the last few days. But before jump into that, I gotta actually introduce my beast here on the show. We got Uneven joining me. You might recognize him from Cloud9. You might recognize him from his OnlyFans. Either way, you'll recognize him. How you doing, Uneven?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I missed you, man. It was hard to take that day break.
I wish I could say the same. But Uneven, man. 2 days of play. We saw YKG just not able to step things back up in day 2. Day 1 was a blunder, and Hyper being their usual strong selves, man. It's gonna be interesting to see like what teams have really realized. Damn, we gotta get our stuff in order here because we cannot be having days like this anymore.
I mean, that has to be YKG. I mean, looking at the PMGC points, they're that team that's in contention with NHP, and dropping those points right now, I think it's about 50 point lead. We'll see when we see the scores up, but yeah, they have to step it up, right? As I said last time, like it's gonna keep growing. NHP are gonna keep playing consistent, and you know, the more days they keep doing this, the harder and harder it's gonna be.
Yeah. Well, let's actually take a look at overalls to give you guys an idea of where the teams currently stand here. 2 days in out of 5 here in our second phase of play. And Hyper, of course, just doing the Hyper things, man. 3 chicken dinners so far, 102 points. Pretty much showing that they deserve to be in the #1 place yet again.
Yep. And yet again, I feel like I keep saying this, but Extreme Slayers having some super nice elimination points and some really, really low placement points compared to their, you know, the teams that are close to them in the rankings, right? They keep having this play style. If only they can boost and finish those chicken dinners off and really climb those points, I think they're going to shoot up the leaderboards as well in the overalls. Unfortunately, probably not for PMGC, but at least for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, PMGC is going to be a completely different thing here. But then you see,
yeah,
you know, Ace of Spades, 3rd place. They finished off 7th at the end of the first week. They actually, not, I think they were less than 7th. They get 101 points, though. They were able to get in that first week. At the moment, at 74. So, honestly, not too far off of where they were in week 1. Yet they still have 3 days in total to play today. So, nice to see another team that, honestly, I didn't really have much expectations for. I looked at that one match they had, was like, okay, cool, they got 30 points. We've seen teams do this before, and they showed up in no way for the rest of the event. But credit to them, man. They've been able to continue this pace on 2 chicken dinners this week. I'd love to see them continue at this, see if they can be one of the new top contenders here in North America. But speaking of top contenders, Execute, don't know if I can say that about them anymore, man. I don't know. Like, I'm still not seeing the results out of the caliber of players that are on that team, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you know, they are hovering just under 10 points per game, like playing fairly consistent, but if they don't have that breakout day where they gather all those points from wins and those eliminations, they're gonna stay stuck in that middle of the pack area where they are at right now. They need that huge performance to bump up. You know, when you don't give yourself that leeway, it means that you have to overperform for a couple days in order to, you know, be in contention for that top 3, top 1 spot. This hasn't happened quite yet, but at least they're staying fairly consistent, right? They're not pulling a YKG. They're not dropping a huge amount of points like this. I mean, 26 in the first 2 days. Very, very poor performance, especially considering they're a top 3 overall placer right now, top 2 in PMGC.
YKG had 236 points at the end of week 1. they're at 26 points. They need over 200 points in the next 3 days to be able to hit the high they had in that first week. Like that's not going to be possible. That shouldn't be possible, I should say. It could happen, but most likely it won't. But then you also see PUPPETEER, man, like this team also. They were 156 points week 1. They're 4th overall right now, but they're only at 32 points this week. So it's not really like only YKG's been having a bad week. There's definitely been a couple of other teams in there as well.
For sure. Yeah, I'm not too good at math, but you know, I think that YKG are a little behind schedule here.
Yeah.
As well as PUPPETEERs, but you know, it's possible they can catch back up, especially considering, you know, what matters. Those PMGC overalls, 50 points behind. It's big, but it's not huge. Their tournaments are not over. They should not be, you know, giving up right now. Absolutely not. Right? They should be stepping it up. They should be hitting this hard, right? I want to see some huge momentum build up. I want to see them getting on a roll.
Show me how hard they need to hit this.
I can't do it hard enough. I don't have the muscles, man. They need to hit it hard.
Honestly, I thought of that question. I'm like, I have no idea where Neven's gonna go with this. He could potentially like judo chop his desk and break it. He could potentially punch something. Like, look at that. Like, I just created an earthquake just by barely tapping my desk. But let's see at our PMGC points. You've been talking about this. You're talking about YKG. They're about 50 points behind and Hyper. Remember, it's only one team that gets through, and towards the bottom of the leaderboards, you can see like 500 points, 300 points. But even Extreme Slayers, unfortunately, they're basically 500 points behind having a chance. So realistically, we're only looking at 2 of these teams, which of course are these top 2 teams.
Yeah, honestly, even MEZEXIS, you know, they are in the top 3, but it's not a realistic like point of contention considering how consistent and Hyper are, right? If they had some really low number outputs this week, maybe I would have said like, and MEZEXIS on the counterpart had really high numbers, I would have said it's possible, but
man,
they're chugging along. You know, so
thing is, not
slipping up.
Not only do you have to like gain 300 points on them, but you have to basically score 300 more points than they score total. So like
exactly.
And Hyper, if they score 200 points on a weekend, congrats. You need to score 500 that weekend to be able to catch up to them PMGC points, which is, it's not impossible, but it's not very likely. I think there's a better chance that I become a celebrity if that happened. But and Hyper, man, like that's what we're talking about. If they keep chugging along like this, then they're gonna have the spot. YKG, you cannot have bad weeks anymore. You cannot have bad days. Like 50 points is already quite a bit. I know you can easily claw that back, but you're also dependent on Hyper now having a bad day or a bad few days for you to catch back up. So you really cannot slack anymore, or else your chance of going to the big event, the big show of the year, it's gonna slip away.
Don't want that. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's entirely possible that NHB have some slip-ups, right? And they're gonna give those opportunities for YKG to catch up. It's gonna happen, right? No team is perfect, but are YKG gonna, you know, seize those opportunities and start closing that gap? So far, the answer has been absolutely not.
Yeah, and I think if we look at YKG, right, they are playing now under so much pressure. You don't even look at like, you know, PMPL, like, okay, it's just the pressure of, you know, getting as many bonus points in the league stage like this or the phases. Then the finals, it's getting top 5 to make sure you can get into the regionals, and regionals, it's like, you know, try to obviously advance from there. But this is PMGC, man. Like, I wouldn't want to be in their position. I know they can shine, but we'll find out if they can do so. And obviously, one way to really step up your game is to have some good fragging power on your team. And we're actually going to take a look at our top 5 fraggers so far from this event. And of course, we already know who it's going to be on Even. We don't even need to look at this graphic. We know it's going to be Kindness because he has been playing like a true MVP. He's the new Coops of NA. I'm calling it now.
I mean, yeah, these are some ridiculous statistics right here. You definitely want someone like this on your team in a tournament. You know, anything above a 2K DA when you're you know, talking about this many games, right? This extension of games, like, it's a very, very good score, right? Nearly 500 average damage, 71 eliminations. That's just 71 points he's putting himself for the team. I mean, nothing to say here.
Yep.
You know, it speaks for itself.
And then you obviously see GK first in there as well. And obviously some of this will come with the fact that they're winning a lot of matches and they're doing so well. But obviously you have to play well individually to do that. But to have 2 players from Hyper here in the top 5, like, this is just kind of a good showing of how well these 2 players have been playing in this event. But also to see almost a 30 elimination difference between Kindness and GK first is insane. Dong as well. I mean, the 46 eliminations, Puppeteers, just talked about them overalls. They've been a little bit underperforming this week. And of course, Remix, man. Like, Extreme Slayers, it's always Remix in my head because he's always putting up big numbers. Even if he's out of position, he gets knocked, he gets picked back up like in week 1, and he continues to chug along. A lot of these players are proven to be unstoppable, but I do kind of wonder, where would Joey be in this ranking if YKG had a better 2 days in this week?
You know, it's hard to say because he's putting up his numbers, right? And you could say that the reason, I mean, potentially, that the rest, like that is their overalls aren't going up is because the rest of the teammates aren't really contributing. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily scale with the performance of the team. You know, probably a little bit. But
I like that.
Say, you know, it's possible that everybody catches up and then kind of all the overall numbers starts going up and his eliminations stay rather consistent because he's getting them, right? He's up there. He's top 3. At the same time, I believe he's IGLing. So, you know, that's a feat in it of itself. Doing both at the same time is pretty impressive. So it's hard to manage that load sometimes.
I've used that excuse before. You know, it's not me, it's my teammates. That's holding me back. That's what it sounded like what you said.
Yeah, it's impossible to know. I'm just saying, you know, that's one of the possibilities out there. Definitely when you perform like that, there's some big problems going on.
Yeah.
It's hard to pinpoint. You know, and I'm sure Joey, and rightly so, should blame himself. It's the whole team thing.
Damn, okay, all right. Well, we'll switch topics here before we go too hard and Joey doesn't talk to us anymore. Puppeteers, man. As we looked at YKG, I think that was like on day 2, how they had a big drop off from week 1 to week 2. We're going to do the exact same thing here for Puppeteers, looking at their first week of stats versus their second weeks and a little cheeky head-to-head. Because obviously we can talk a lot about Dong as being one of the standout players, but we're seeing just like a drop-off in everything, which obviously if you're not playing to the same kind of extent you were in week 1, of course you're going to have drop-offs. But for the eliminations to basically be cut in half, the survival time for me, though, is actually not too bad of a change. Like 2 minutes, I feel like that's not too big of a deal. But then half the eliminations, like for me, that's rough.
Yeah, these are definitely dramatic decreases. You know, obviously you want to be as consistent as possible, and these are far too drastic. You know, from week to week statistics. You know, I'll give them some slack. They've got 3 days remaining to catch up. But again, you know, when you fall behind, you have to overdo it for the rest of the days, and that's what starts getting difficult. That's what I get, you know, a little scared about.
PTSD of having to like step up and put up like 70 points on the board in a day, man. Like I would rather be a team that only has to consistently put up like 20 or not 20, like 30, 40 a day than to have those big days, because that pressure that gets put on you, it's tough. One mistake and you know you could potentially lose $50,000.
Exactly. It's so much easier to just stay constant, right? And you know, keep checking out average performances rather than having that drop and then saying, well, now we need to go above and beyond. We need to take those extra team fights. We need to secure those chicken dinners. Any mistake becomes crucial at that point. But, you know, it's the name of the game, and gotta deal with the pressure.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule today, right? We have 5 matches coming your way. We have double Aaron Girls. We'll be starting things off, of course, on Sandhawk with the Kenny in the middle, and ending things off on Miramar. And of course, the group, since we have 20 teams split into 5 different groups, which means there's 4 teams per group, and one group will always be sitting out when we go through the day here. So we're gonna have teams like YKG, Ace of Spades, Skills and Mind, all playing their matches out right away, while unfortunately Group B has to sit out. That means we do get to see Hyper, we do get to see YKG, we do get to see Puppeteers as well to see what kind of performance they put out for us, and Execute get to have that little, well, Execute and Lotus, to be fair, get to have that little bit of a game off here in the beginning, and then again, Passionfruit. Haven't seen Sixless this week. I'm not sure if we'll see him at all. I haven't, well, I didn't really check their Instagram today if he's doing a viewer party, but I mean, he's got, he has the experience, right? And that's like one of the biggest things, I feel like one of the biggest attributes he brings to the team is that just raw experience of playing for such a long time.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that's always a benefit. Depends how I mean, depends how you use it, though. I'm not sure how much participation Sixless is putting in on this team, to be frank. But if he is helping him out, you know, in a coach kind of sense, even when he's not playing, it can definitely be invaluable. Teaching mental resets, teaching, I mean, there's so many different topics that an experienced player can talk to and talk about in between games and boost the players up. But, you know, if he's viewer partying, that doesn't really happen.
Yeah, that's true. Well, maybe at the end of the day, it gives the information. Maybe the team wants to just focus
Maybe.
on going in with this game plan and see if it works out. But man, we're about to start off actually our first game of the day here. And of course, you guys at home who are watching, we'd love to hear what you guys have to say about the show, what teams you're rooting for. Make sure you guys tweet to us or post on Instagram or whatever it might be with the hashtag PMPLNA. And I heard actually, if you took a picture of you watching the show, you sent it in with that hashtag, Uneven was going to give you 100 UC per person that does it. So if you want to win some UC, you know how to get it done.
Yeah, make it $100.
I love it. I love it.
It might happen.
I do this to Seven all the time. Like literally every time I'm on the show with Seven, I always say like, if you guys tweet or whatever you post and you know tag Seven, he'll give you UC. And I still have yet to this day seen Seven give out UC.
Maybe if you follow me, who knows? It could happen. No guarantees though.
But then I'm not following Uneven.
What? You don't follow me?
Well, look at your tag, man. Not Uneven.
Oh, wow. All right.
See, what I'm curious about is why do you have double E's in your name?
Okay, well, get this. There was no good reason, but you know, I was quite young when I made it, and I liked Nade Shot, and I liked how the letters would go up and down, capitals and lowercase, which evidently when everything's capital on the screen isn't clear. But I should also say that the word uneven has 6 letters, and if you add one, it makes it 7 letters, which
Makes it odd.
makes it uneven. Woo!
Oh
go.
man.
That's
Okay.
my
Well,
explanation.
it's a better story than my original name, so I'll give you that. Let's head over to our commentators though, because the first match of the day is ready to go. Hot Jukes and Zute. How'd you guys get your names?
We break ankles, baby. We break ankles, but in game. You know what I'm saying? In game only. What's up, Zoo? How you doing, bro? How you feeling? How'd you get your name?
Well, I kind of stole the name. A little background on me. I breakdance, and there was a breakdancer I like named Zooty, Zooty, and you know I just made it a little bit spicier. I put on the A with it, so Zute. Yeah, that's how I got my name.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Well, we're getting started today. We know some big names on the board, and one is Kindness, right? Dude's been going off like crazy, and it's kind of funny because he's been doing pretty much the opposite of what his name is. He's been absolutely destroying a whole bunch of folks, right? So I wonder how some of these other guys came up with their name, but I think that one is pretty fitting. Pretty fitting. What do you think?
Kindness. Maybe he's kind to the enemy by putting them out of their misery so quickly. It's like, you guys don't have a chance. You know, I'm gonna just send you back to the lobby so you could, you know, chillax, go grab a drink, go get some food, because there's no point in playing against me. So I mean, maybe that's how he's kind to them.
Maybe that's how it is. Maybe that's how it is. Giving them some time, right, to get good here in this lobby, because and Hyper's starting to run away with this thing, and Hyper's starting to run away with this thing. We're starting to see we see some signs of life from Puppeteers, right? Dong has been showing up pretty big. I wonder how he came up with his name. Put your guesses in the chat, because that is something I would like to know, right? Well, the first game is about to get started here in just a few seconds. I hope you guys got your popcorn, got your Monster Energy ready, because we're about to go. I can hear the pitter-patter of little feet, Zute. I can hear it. So let's get match number 1 started.
Match number 1, here we go. And today, starting it off on Sandhog. I feel like the days that we start off on Sandhog are a little bit more faster paced than any other days. And I'm not just talking about the map. I'm saying it sets the tone for the whole day. The teams are just, you know, it gets their blood pumping quickly. Unlike Erangel, some zones, you know, we could really slow down and it becomes a very standard game with the rotations. But Sandhog, gotta go quick.
Gotta go quick indeed, and you can just see some players hopping off the plane real fast. And my eyes are always going to be in a couple places. One is Paradise Resort, the other is right down the middle at Boot Camp. And so far, Boot Camp has been pretty uncontested. It's pretty much just only SLR, so that's good for them. But Paradise Resort has been super contested, and we're going to find out how contested it is in just another few moments, guys. So, you know, now you really have time to go get that popcorn. Get this one restarted. We're going to get this one restarted, and we're going to get good today, because you know what? The servers, right? These players, they're too hot. They're too hot, right? They've been waiting. They've been sitting for a whole day off. And they say, you know what? We just need a little bit more time to get ready.
It happens. It happens. And I mean, you've been a competitive player. I've been a competitive player. I think these restarts, they're crucial because if not everyone's, getting in on the game, one player on your team is DC, whatever the reason is.
Yes.
It's huge that they're able to do that quick restart and get it fixed. As long as, the players stay ready.
I will say one thing, right? If that restart don't happen, you're going to see a post on Twitter real quick, right? So I'm glad to see that, you know what? Everyone's doing everything they can to make sure everything is as fair as possible and people are ready to go. So back to the storylines. The main one, I think, without a doubt, is NHyper versus YKG, okay? NHyper rocket launched themselves yesterday. YKG seems to have fallen off. We've talked about, theorizing why YKG is having such a bad performance, trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But when you have PMGC on the line, there's no excuses, right? There's no excuses at all. They have to be doing everything they can to pass them up.
And I like that you bring that point up. This is something that we haven't talked about just yet because we saw YKG starting to slip. So I wanted to hold off on this until it's like, oh, okay, they're really starting to slip. These PMGC points are more crucial than you might think for YKG. Why? It's because if we take a look at their playstyle compared to NHyper's playstyle, YKG, we already know they edge around the map, they take the fights, and that's how they get their points. Now, if they can't make it through PMGC points, that playstyle gets a whole lot more difficult, right? In the Americas. Now you're edging in and taking fights against teams that are just, on a standard basis, more challenging than the ones you have in NA. So it's going to be even more difficult for them to get their points and qualify via the means of PMPL Americas. Whereas if you take a look at NHyper, whatever reason, right, they don't make it through PMGC points. Their playstyle is a bit more consistent on the more difficult lobbies because they're not taking as many fights against more difficult teams once we get to that Americas stage. So what do you think about that, Jukes?
No, I think that makes sense. I mean, obviously, they're going to go through a heck of a increase in difficulty once they do get into Americas. And you know what? It's kind of a bad sign right now, the fact that the times that we have seen them go center position, they struggle, right? Like, when they go and play that edge, they take out some of those squads, they get some good points on the board. But those times that we see them get to that spot early and are on the defense, we see teams take them out quite a bit of times here. So I want to be able to see them pull off both strategies. In a perfect world, YKG is, utilizing the edge strat right now because it's what's best for them. And then hopefully come America's time, they're going to have to change things up and get it done. And let's just say Global's time, right? Let's say if they were actually to make it all the way to the big show, now you're going against Vampire Esports and Primorstrop, right? All those things ain't going to work no more, right? That is their spot, and they're going to be hard to bully away from it. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully they can make some big adjustments here in the future.
Yeah, adjustments will need to be made. What do you think it is, though, for YKG, like from week 1 to week 2? Like, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. I theorize, it's the lobby getting a little bit more warmed up. So, you can't take advantages of them as easily. And then YKG just, slowing down a little bit. What do you think is the huge difference maker right now between week 1 and week 2 for YKG?
Honestly, that's the only thing that I could really come up with because, yeah, the lobby has gotten better, but also they started off so hot, so strong that sometimes you just get a little overconfident. You're feeling yourselves. Maybe, those, off days when you were putting in 8 hours, maybe now you're putting in like 4, 3, maybe not even having some players even show up because you're like, hey, you know what? This lobby's easy. We got nothing to worry about. And that overconfidence, when you get back into the game and you have those teams at the bottom putting in that work, starting to feel more comfortable, right? Because that first day jitters is so huge. We're talking about first day jitters, first week jitters, right? For most of those teams, it's over with, right? They've already been able to take some fights against the best teams in the lobby, and we've seen teams at the bottom even beat them, right? We've seen some teams beat out YKG, beat out NHyper. So their confidence is going to be finally at a level it should be at. So in my opinion, that's the only thing I can give them the benefit of the doubt on. As far as trying to think that they're trying new things, it just doesn't make sense when you have so much on the line.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is definitely the lobby just starting to be a little bit better. I remember in week 1, we would really highlight when a team beats YKG, when YKG was trying to push into zone. Now, like in week 2, we don't even really talk about it because it's been happening over and over. Like YKG's constantly getting stopped at, you know, crucial points in the game where they're trying to make it in zone.
Well, you know what? It's tough. It's tough. You know, and it's difficult to see teams make an adjustment after having a bad day. But honestly, if any team can do it and any team that needs to do it, it's YKG. So if I were to try to find a silver lining in all this for all the YKG fans out there, right? Maybe you use this as a moment to truly test your ability to clutch situations, because now they're behind the 8 ball, right? They're behind the 8 ball when it comes to NHyper in points, right? They need to make sure that they go ahead and put up some big points to make sure that they get that lead. So if you're YKG right now, right, you now have a test to see just how clutch you really can be. And if the time comes, if they do make it to those future stages, they're going to have this test, right? So I think you need to see this as that kind of situation rather than just a bad one, right? Just don't think, oh, you know, like, oh man, what have we done? We should, you know, we're throwing this, that, and the other. No, just think about it as, okay, guys, this is the ultimate training for when we actually do make it to that big show, and then just give it all you got.
Okay. So let's change the subject up a little bit. You know, obviously the big talk is YKG and NHyper.
Sure.
Those are the 2 spotlight teams. Now a team that, you know, won't make it through, you know, via the means of PMGC points, but they have to make it to PMGC by being the top dogs in Americas. Which team do you think in this lobby has a shot at that? Come Americas, you know, they have a shot at, you know, potentially. So I'm talking about like dark horse teams. Do you have a couple picks, maybe just one pick?
Do you want honest opinion or do you want PMPL caster opinion? All right, I'm gonna give you both.
Give me
right?
the honest opinion.
Okay, honest
Give me
opinion,
both.
none. Right? Honestly, none. None of them showed me anything to be like, oh, like that. As a matter of fact, I'm already like this when it comes to even NHyper and YKG, because, you know, I got to see these players. I see these players perform for so long. You know, teams like Alpha 7. I got to talk to the coach in person. I got an inside scoop on what their training regimen's like. The effort that these guys put through every single day, living together in the same house, and have been doing it for years. It's gonna be hard, right? In order for me to be confident, I'd have to see a team do something special, right? Somebody that just like drank that Bugs Bunny secret stuff mid-game. You know what I'm saying? And it just comes out just like, oh, let's go, let's get it done. You know, like if I see that, then it's good. But right now, as far as any other squad, I don't see it. If I were a betting man and had to really name one, probably Puppeteers. Because you know what? Dong, he could definitely get it going, but the inconsistency is just too much. You know what? Not Puppeteers. Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers is the right pick. Yeah, because Remix can definitely get it done. That's for sure.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if there is one for me, it would be Extreme Slayers. That's the only team out of, you know, of course YKG and Hyper, if, you know, those are options, obviously coming into Americas, they're probably one of the top contenders. But outside of the 2 obvious picks, you know, Extreme Slayers, they might have what it takes. Because one thing I like about Extreme Slayers, as we're looking at this map, I don't think, oh wait, there is a hot drop, so I'll close it up real quick with this comment. Extreme Slayers,
Yes.
I feel like they have a good balance of their strategy. They're not like YKG, who's, you know, always fighting teams on the way in, come to Americas, that could get really troubling. We see Extreme Slayers play the rotations and also play the taking aggressive fights when they see the opportunity.
I agree. I think they definitely have shown a lot more than many squads here in this lobby. So when it comes to Extreme Slayers, I mean, this is the reason why I picked this team to place top 3 at the end of this tournament. I think that they got what it takes, the skills to pay the bills. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be tough because there's a lot of competition in this lobby for sure. You know, there's some monsters. So we'll see if they can continue that trend as we watch SLR get hot dropped that didn't happen in the first little drop, you know? But now Puppeteer said, you know what? Boot camp's looking pretty good. Let's drop on them. And so far, they're getting the better of them big time. And as you can see, you got Stellar there. Looking ready to go. Trying to find an angle since two of his players are down. And it's a boot camp hot drop. Dong is up on top of the roof. Here for the longest time when I was betting comp, I was like, hey, you know what? If you do not stay on that roof for any longer than you have to. That's why we see him laying down, because I think right now he's getting a little bit more intel rather than taking shots in this fight. Now, Puppeteers usually takes the hill right above boot camp, and then they kind of just try to camp SLR's rotation. But I don't know. I wonder why they decided, hey, you know what? Let's just bully the squad and get these points. And so far, it's working. So that's going to be pretty interesting. Maybe they thought because there was actually a reset, they said, you know what? SLR just landed here clear. Maybe we can catch them off guard. A little bit of a fake out. You know what I'm saying? And then finally decided to make the push. Now, we do see Skills of Mind put a nice point on the board as well. Good for them. As we see Puppeteers just taking their time here. I'm surprised I'm not seeing them be more aggressive in the situation, because usually Puppeteers, when they have this kind of man advantage, they go absolute craziness. So, and yeah, now we're starting to see them. Okay. So they got those couple eliminations. Now they're chilling. They said, okay, stop wasting time. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. As you see, Liu Jiang. Oh, he knows exactly what Stellar is. Oh, or maybe it was a guess? He does throw the nade in there to be careful. But yeah, I don't think Dong had to have seen him, right? Yeah, Dong definitely knows that there's a player there. But maybe he's not sure if that player, like, snaked backwards. As you can see them playing this very carefully. They don't want to get caught off guard, because Sandhawk is sketchy. So many different angles. You don't know where you can get caught from. So Stellar's holding this position for now. And here comes Puppeteers. Here you go, running on the open. You can see the shimmies out. AK in hand.
Why?
Are they going to pre-fire this?
Why LG? Nowhere here to help out. So it's all up to the shotgun Jukes, and he gets the one. But, you know, that's it. And there is some support fire, or is that a third party? That is a third party, Jukes. That's excuse over there in the distance.
And
he needs a
getting
smoke.
Rise up here is going to be rough. Yeah, he does need a smoke. He doesn't have one. Ooh. So that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Now we're starting to see those smokes come out. Yeah, if you don't got a smoke, make it happen with that M4. But you got to be careful, because if you get knocked as well,
oh, you can't just run back. Oh, he did just run back. Wow.
Now,
okay.
Did he get that res off? It looks like he will. So great for Puppeteers. Uh-oh, Extreme Slayers onto Excuse. That's Matt down. Yeah, you see Extreme Slayers on the same hill that Puppeteers normally takes. And Extreme Slayers look to be pushing it right off that knock. So getting very aggressive here. I wonder if Puppeteers, now hearing this fight, they try to third party this. It's going to be hard, though, because running up that hill, you're running wide in the open. Oh, but you know what? When you got shots like that, that's all you need, baby.
Very good shots coming in here. And I mean, okay.
Chronix?
This is just boot camp. You know, you get a hot drop in boot camp, it slows everything down in the middle of the map, and you start getting all these teams filtering in and just taking shots at one another, especially given the way the circle is.
Everybody just getting into the action right off the rip here. I'm telling you, teams, after taking a day off, they don't want to mess around anymore. They're like, you know what? Let's get into it. What are we waiting for? I'm glad to see Puppeteers, you know, get this hot drop off and it work out. I mean, 3 eliminations so far, and they have a dominant position, tons of loot, because boot camp is absolutely stacked when it comes to loot. So a great start for them, and a real tough one for Extreme Slayers for sure.
You're doing all right, though.
I mean, not Extreme Slayers. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
SLR. What I meant. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, SLR. Yeah, SLR getting booted out of boot camp is going to be tough, because now that's also going to make them hesitate, right? When they go drop in this spot, they're not going to feel as comfortable as they have been every Sandhawk so far.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier, Jukes. When we get Sandhawk for the first game of the day, it kind of really sets the tone and pace for the rest of the day. And you can see it now. This Sandhawk game is probably been one of the most action-packed early game. Third parties, hot drops, all of that happening just right out the gate. And as we see Skills of Mine being taken down right here by Speedfire. Okay, taking a look at this. So Skills of Mine was the team that crashed onto here. They took down 2. I think from Speedfire. Speedfire is holding strong. It's a 2v2. It's really isolated right now. There could be a third party if this takes too long, Jukes.
Gotta watch out. You gotta get this fight finished as soon as possible. Now remember, guys, this is when there's wood floors like this, the Molotovs do spread a little further than normal. As Sesson, wow, wasted. Able to clutch up the 1v2 right there. That's huge, and it was done relatively on time because now they have a little bit of a breathing room to try to get a reset for this Ace of Spades fight coming their way. But they're outgunned and outmanned and outbuggied as well. Trixie is just caught wide open.
Yeah, ooh, Trixie trying to run away there or get an off angle. Gets caught out, the Buggy Scout working wonders. Now Ace of Spades looking to pick up the last player. I like how aggressive Ace of Spades did play this because they only had 3 coming into this fight. So when you're third party, you really got to take speed to your advantage. They are doing it beautifully. Wasted, shimming around, running out the window, doing whatever he can to find an angle. He's cornered, he's covered, he gets taken out. Ace of Spades with 2, and that's already 2 teams out almost. So
Wow, just like that.
yeah.
Craziness. We're seeing some heat off the rip here. That's what we like to see. That's what
YKG.
we like to see.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, Isajet getting caught out. That's going to be pretty brutal there as we see BULUC CHABTAN looking to take advantage of it. And they will, because where Isajet is, I don't see another teammate even near him right now. That's going to be pretty rough.
It's a nice spread from YKG to cover all the angles to make sure he doesn't get thirsted, but it's rough. If Chico goes down, he does get taken down. Pappy Sour.
That's huge.
Whoa, Chico's really just being
24K?
way out
Oh
open
my
like
gosh.
that. That's big.
That's big. That is a huge knock right there. Now YKG, it looks like they are going to get that res off, and Illusion stuck by himself. That's going to be a full reset there for YKG. Very fortunate 24K was there to get that knock, because if he didn't, they're done for.
Yeah, I guess that's why Chico was peeking so aggressively. He knew his teammates had so many various angles that if one of them go down, if it wasn't Chico, if it was another player, he still had all the sightlines to lock that area down. So that's great, you know, that they managed to pull that off in an isolated situation. But it is a little bit, you know, scary seeing their players getting knocked like that. So it's a little bit of a telltale sign for how well they're doing their mechanics as far as peaks go.
Yeah. Still a little sketchy. You know what I'm saying? A little extra sketchy if you have to say so myself. So, but it did work out. It did work out, so we got to give them that. Now, something that hasn't been working out for the most part is this drop in Paradise, okay? Canadian Eagles versus Butterfly Effect. We've seen this all tournament long. Every single time we see these two squads in the same Sandhawk, we always see this drop. But it looks like they finally have got it together. They finally realized that, hey, you know what? Fighting off the rip isn't doing us any good. Let's just, hey, you guys take this side of Paradise, we'll take that side, and then we'll wait to the end game and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the circle helps out with that too. Usually,
That's true.
The circle's in a way where they both have to move out of Paradise in a similar direction. This time around, mutual agreements, right? It's nice to see when teams recognize that, and they can't, like, you know, talk to the other team during the match, but, you know, that circle pops up and both teams instantly on the same page, like, hey, if we take up a straight up fight, it's going to get rough. Let's just sit it out, wait for the circles. As
Wow.
Canadian Eagles, they kind of get the advantage there, being closer to that zone. Butterfly Effect will have to make that fight, but yeah, what a shift, Jukes. And in Hyper,
Sure.
big chillin' now for just this zone. I don't know if they'll get the next one, but a lot of the water might be out of zone on the next shift, so it might be all land.
Yeah, like, you know, that's something that a lot of people watching and teams need to understand, you know, because that word teaming comes into play, right? You think that, oh, you know what, these guys are talking to each other, they're going and making agreements, that's not fair. That's not the case in a lot of situations because especially at the high level, let's just say you're in the center zone, right? In the biggest priority building, and you have 2 teams there with 5 squads surrounding you.
Yep.
You know that if I take this fight with this team, no matter if we win this, we're going to get third party. We're done for. We're going to get 8th place. You know what I'm saying? So we cannot afford to take this fight. Hey, you guys look that way. We'll look this way. All right? And now don't you guys make a mistake and have someone running out in the open because if we catch you, we're going to definitely take that player out, you know?
Yep.
But in those situations, it's so much smarter to just play patient and then live to fight another day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, live to fight another day. That's what these teams are looking to do until, you know, they have to just take that fight, and if they go down, they go down. This circle, it's a pretty big shift. Not a lot of action just yet as teams, you know, really taking their time to figure out how to approach this circle shift. I don't think any of the teams are really prepared for that hard west shift towards the waterways, right? Here's Butterfly Effect. They are making their way into zone now. Looks like they're going to just take the northern side and take the fight with Wall Street Bets. They find one. They're not going to fight Canadian Eagles inside Paradise. They're going to try and find another way in, and they do get traded. JatG picking that player up right there. There's another team, BOPE, coming in, and BOPE's going to be big trouble for the side of Butterfly Effect if they don't push this fast enough.
Yep. Yeah, you got it. You can't hesitate. Oh my gosh, the shots coming out big time. Already being big trouble for Butterfly Effect right there.
Yep. BOPE
not messing around.
coming in on a great timing right there. Catching Butterfly Effect with their pants down. Butterfly Effect was so worried about what's in zone, they forgot to check up what's behind them. And that is just, you know, that's Sandhawk in a nutshell. When you don't have the vehicles to make that quick rotation, to take an isolated fight, and you're on foot, timing becomes even more crucial. That's a big lesson to be learned. BOPE has to make their way in, but they do take out at least one team in front of them. We'll see if they could get much further. Rest of the teams on the map getting really, really close to one another, but no hard commitments yet.
Kubi, the sneaky snake in the grass. Ophelia, you better watch out. He's moving. Why would you move? Hey, that's why. Wow. But still, I am shocked to even see that he shuffled a little bit. Maybe that's just nervousness. He would have done a lot better just staying completely quiet. But these guys are so good. They will hear that little shimmy, and they will know you're there. So, to each their own. Regardless, he was stuck in a dire situation, but it is what it is. One thing I'd love to see about Sandhawk, especially here in this meta, it's gotten so much faster than before, even faster, right? I remember back in the day, it would be like, oh, why would you even want to grab a vehicle in Sandhawk? It's just too risky. You know what I'm saying? But at this point, it's almost a requirement because you got to be able to move with how fast these circles shift, right?
Yeah.
When you only have 40 seconds on the clock, you need that buggy to zoom you over to the next hill and get going, no matter if there's snakes in the grass. It's the only option.
Yep. The rotation meta has definitely developed quite a bit on Sandhawk.
Got him.
YKG developing today up to 5 eliminations with no one on their team taken out just yet. This is starting to look like YKG from week 1. So we'll see if they can manage to duplicate this performance for the rest of the games. But hey, this could even be a chicken dinner for them if they play it on point because they get that northern side of the zone all to themselves if they take out Wall Street Bets. Meanwhile, on the northeastern side, here comes BOPE. They're coming in behind the side of Canadian Eagles. Oh, he's peeking out just far too much.
Oh, no. Supra jumping out of the roof in style. Wow. He's ready to go here. And how are the Canadian Eagles going to defend? That was some nice shots there on the Nightcrocs. He's down to like 1 HP, and he's stuck behind that tree. He's going to be careful. So Supra up on this roof is really the man with the plan. And you can see that's actually a really good smoke there. A really good smoke.
Yeah.
It completely eliminates that sight line. But he better be careful. Okay, yeah. All right, he got that first aid right under Quinn's angle because that angle would have been disgusting. Uh-oh, Baby Tank. About to get naded if he ain't careful.
Yeah, really good communication from the team. I do imagine one of their teammates definitely pinged out that window like, hey, can you smoke this one right here? Now the rest of the team can all move up with that angle smoked out. 4v3 situation. The team is completely split up on the side of Canadian Eagles. So they're all having to take their ones pretty much. And Quinn, he gets the first one. Nightcrocs gets naded, and just like that, there's 3 down from BOPE. Fuego in a blink of an eye, last man standing, and look at this. Canadian Eagle is on the move, taking that last player down. Quick drop shot, just like that. I mean, hey, when you're split up like Canadian Eagles, and if every single one of them wins their duel or finds the angle, that's the benefit to being split up versus being clumped together. It's a huge risk and reward game right there, and, well, the rewards played out this time for the side Canadian Eagles.
100%, because usually when you're split up like that, you know, a team will just send the whole squad into each building one by one, and then 3v1 each player, and you're done for. But Canadian Eagles, with a huge knock and another one with a nade at the same time, oh, man, I love the fact that they didn't hesitate, right? They just instantly stood up and said, let's go. Now, it worked once, Zute. It worked once. Is it going to work 2 times in a row? It ain't looking like it will.
Man, that is crazy. I thought Canadian Eagles finished that fight up fast enough to get a full reset and be ready and not give away an opening knock, but YKG, they're just way too fast with that 2v4 situation, and I don't think Canadian Eagles could replicate what was done earlier. Wait a second! Hold that thought! Drago cutting down 3, and it's all down to just Joey, and they just got 2v4'd. Quinn and Drago from near impossibility pull that one off.
Everybody split, okay? I'm telling you, sticking together is overrated. Split in buildings, that's the strategy right there. All you gotta do is hit those, baby. Wow! Canadian Eagles with the back-to-back brutal defense right there as Reckless gets a nice knock and finish on one of the Nomads right there. That was ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah.
Get bodied.
That is a massive amount of points right there for Canadian Eagles, the master of defense.
Oh my gosh, it just looks like that was like just some
Disgusting
crazy judo
sightlines.
stuff. Some judo stuff right there. All right, well, the big question that you guys have right now is on the board, and I wonder, what do you think the answer is going to be, Zute, right? Personally, I'm going to go with MEZEXIS. I'm going to go with MEZEXIS here. I think MEZEXIS, from their position, I think they're going to win this game.
Yeah, MEZEXIS looking really good. I don't know, N-Hyper, they could steal it right out as well. We'll see how this goes. It is Sandhawk after all, but N-Hyper have been playing so on point. MEZEXIS with 4 up. They're in a good spot, but if the circle shifts the other way, like across the road, there is almost no cover to work with in that bush.
Trying to work with, indeed. Meanwhile, you can see the Canadian Eagles. Honestly, I think they should have been the pick. After those knocks and those finishes, these guys are the masters of defense right now, and they might just need it because I have a feeling they're going to get zoned after that. I think PUBG Mobile is going to be like, hey, you know what? Such a great job. Such a great job right there. We're going to bless you with this next circle. Why not?
Yeah, the circle gods right there coming into play. You know, there is a myth out there, Jukes, where an area of the circle that has the most players eliminated, the circle gods will bless that area more often. And
it is a myth. It is a myth.
Players go down.
I have believed in that myth. That's for sure. I have believed in it. Let's see if that's the case. Here's Koi getting popped on his drive over. Let's see who's going to get blessed. Will it be N-Hyper, as is tradition? Or will it be the Canadian Eagles? Who deserves it more? I think the Eagles do. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh.
It is going to favor the side of the Eagles. They are going to have a pretty good lane inwards here. But MEZEXIS also are going to be pretty set up. And that's going to be the Nomads out. Top 3 situation, Zute. As you see Drago. They're going to put some shots on MEZEXIS, but all eyes right now should be towards them and Hyper, because I think majority of these teams are in this next zone. Wow, GK first barely making it out of there alive.
Yeah, they get onto the edge of that zone. So they'll have the whole west side. The other teams will have the east side. But which side is it going to go to after this circle shift? Watch it just center up once again. That would be crazy.
Kindness, the laser that he is. MEZEXIS getting GK first. So it's a knock on a Canadian Eagles player and an Hyper player. No, now a MEZEXIS player. So, okay, each one of these teams losing a player or getting at least one knocked. Uh-oh. And Hyper, they're not in this next zone. They are not in this next circle. This is their time to shine. And Canadian Eagles actually do get the next zone. It could be a Canadian Eagles win. Kindness making those shots on the MEZEXIS as they're on their way, just desperately trying to survive. But here comes Papa Blue Crow, barely getting that first aid off. Able to breathe for another second. Quinn, oh, that smoke is really brutal. It eliminates his sight lines. And now in Hyper on the push. Does get the pre-fire off, and down goes MEZEXIS. It's in Hyper versus the Canadian Eagles.
Canadian Eagles, they have cover to work with. But in Hyper, they have the man advantage for now. Baby Tang is down. Koi will go down. That blue zone getting way too close. And they'll get the reset onto Baby Tang. In Hyper, no, they have to make a play. They got that knock earlier. If they take any longer, there's going to be a revive. Ren's going to move really close, Jukes. He's going to trust in these nades. He's got 2 more. And that one looks so good. It has to be good.
Got him.
Huge damage.
They're done.
They need to move.
Oh, baby. And you saw the run back, too. Ren's going to throw the last one. It missed. Oh, never mind. Yep. Easy clubs. And Hyper with the win right there. Beautifully done. Got to give a huge shout out to Canadian Eagles as well with that nice performance. I mean, that was one that we did not expect them to even get that close to the finish line, and they did in a big way.
That was huge. That was huge for Canadian Eagles. And obviously, in Hyper should get the spotlight. They got the win, but it's more impressive to me right now what In Hyper just did. Sure, they've been winning a bunch, but the hustle on that last zone, they had to go aggressive. And when was the last time you saw In Hyper go aggressive really fast and pull it off cleanly? Usually it's, you know, they'll recognize they have to go aggressive and go fast, and it's just poorly executed. In Hyper has been doing these aggressive plays at the last split second when needed and pulling it off. Ren this time with the most eliminations. This In Hyper team is looking like a very, very mature In Hyper team that could do anything at a moment's notice.
Yep, and you know what comes with maturity? Decisiveness. And I think that is the word that we're seeing from In Hyper. We're seeing them much more decisive on when to take those aggressive pushes and when to do them. And we've definitely seen it so far here in the fall split. Hopefully we see some more of it, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these highlights.
Well, we didn't get our predictions on the screen, but you know what? I had In Hyper. I get myself the extra point here for just being just all around amazing. You know, at life, at my predictions, at hosting, you know, being a top supporter on an Evens OnlyFans. Great times to your friend Hypers. They take themselves a chicken dinner. Continue that pace, man. And Hyper, they just don't slow down. They have continuing to play as consistent as they did in the first week. And I'm honestly happy to see it. And I think Kindness, Koi, like this whole squad they've got going on for them, this is a team I can get behind to represent NA.
Yeah, you know, I think they played that really well. There definitely should have been some more competitive points of contention, especially when pushing up up that hill to fight 412. But they weren't afraid to do it. They played that well. There wasn't a whole lot of resistance, but they made the right moves, and you know, worked out for them. It won't be as easy as they move on through the stages, but I think they still made the right decisions. So I'm
imagining like Alpha 7 on that hill. I don't think In Hyper going to get up that hill as cleanly. But let's actually take a look here at the last about 30 seconds of the match. And as we were watching, even, you were really pointing out a couple of things that were just kind of obvious mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, here we can see Canadian Eagles all condensed on their one fence, and as we saw before, Drago, I believe, he had at least 3 smokes in his bag. I don't know about his teammates. And the initial teammate pushed out to this rock in front of him right here, Tang, right? But then they don't make any more moves, and they stay condensed instead of using their utility, spreading out, and then NHyper just can easily 2v3 them. You need to use your utility there. You need to take ground. Controlling the center of the map on Sandhawk, especially on that late game, once the zone starts closing, as it was, like, you have to have that center control. And the fact that they stayed on their edge, they stayed condensed, while NHyper took that center control, took those off angles, even though they had a man advantage, just led to their downfall. You really do need to be more proactive with those utilities, those smokes. I want to see a little bit more from Canadian Eagles in that late game there.
Let me give you a little bit of example of what was happening behind the scenes. The zone was starting to move, and there was like 1 second left until it was about to start collapsing. And Evan's like, "Why haven't you smoked yet? You got 1 second." Man, he wanted to see the smokes. He wanted to be in that position because he knew how he wanted to play that out. But you know what? Canadian Eagles, they took down YKG at least. I guess Drago did pretty much by himself. We'll take a look at the match rankings here and see the points that the teams did get, though, in this last match. As NHyper closed things out. Played cautiously, played slow, wait till the late stage of the game, clean up 12 eliminations from there. Fantastic to see that again. Like, they know when to turn on the pace, when to make the moves, and when to get the points.
For sure, yeah. I mean, that crucial call to push up the hill onto 412 is not an easy one. I think they might have gotten an opening, which is really big, but they recognize that they're in zone, and they've got the low ground. They don't have the best position in the game, and they see that winning opportunity, and they're not afraid to take it. And quickly at that, right? There wasn't too much hesitation. And that's exactly what you want to see. Again, right? Not a whole bunch of resistance coming out from 412, which will change in the future. But the decision making is there. And as long as their mechanics and their team fighting is up to par, they played that perfectly, right? That's how you want to play that late game for sure.
And shout out to Canadian Eagles as well, getting themselves 16 points. YKG, we were looking at that, and you heard Zute and Hotchicks talk about it. They got really early wipe onto BULUC CHABTAN as they're trying to cross the bridge from the Northwest Island. And we were both even saying ourselves, like, they're looking better. I mean, 7 eliminations, 2 placement points, they're definitely looking better than what we saw in the last few days. So some good signs out of this team. Extreme Slayers, though, not the strongest of starts here on day 3 of phase 2, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the benefit of the doubt, considering how they've been playing, to be honest.
Yeah, and again, on YKG, they played that really well. They had a decent hold on the bridge. They had a nice aggressive push to clear out their site. And then all they had to do was clean up the scraps, the rests of the Canadian Eagles fight, and take their compound from them. And then they would have been in that late game position and had that chicken dinner opportunity that Canadian Eagles had while being 4, right? It was a 4v2. They should have had that cleanup. Terrible mistake. This is going to be a really hard one to bounce back. This was going to be mentally crushing, getting 2v4'd like that, and knowing that it would have turned into a chicken dinner most certainly afterwards. That's tough.
All right, well, you know what? Hopefully for them, they can brush it off because they have 3 more matches to come. But we're going to quickly take a look here at NHyper's player stats in this last match. And as we saw, it wasn't Kindness leading the charge. It was Rin this time, actually, with the 6 eliminations. Kindness putting up some good damage. Koi and GK first gets playing more of a supportive role, as we saw. I think it was Zute break it down before. But still, NHyper, like, this is the team to be. I thought it would have been YKG, but honestly, NHyper have definitely improved a ton since the spring season.
Yeah, from what I can see, I didn't watch much of the spring season, but this is clean. This is very clean gameplay. I like their decisions. They're clearly mechanically superior to a lot of these teams and take advantage of that. And, but more importantly, they're doing the right macro calls in my mind. They're playing the late games pretty well. So, yeah.
I think one of the biggest things I've noticed about NHyper, at least from the outside, is that it doesn't seem like they have any egos, and they're all willing to play whatever they need to do in that situation to win. Like, GK first, he used to be the big star, the big fragger of the team. Seems like he's taken more of a backseat role, at least in that match and a couple of other matches we've seen. Allows Rin to actually step up and be the big player for the team. And of course, Kindness able to support him as well. I like to see this, and I like to see that they're able to, like, anyone can be the star on that team on any day. It's been Kindness for a majority of the event so far, but we see GK first have his moments. We've seen Rin have his moments. Koi as well have his own moments. Looking to be unstoppable, but as you mentioned before, it's only to get more difficult as we go forward with Americas if they do qualify. And I'm not quite so sure that they would have been able to take that hill against some stronger teams, or at least taking it so cleanly.
Yeah, and we'll never know until we get to those stages. They look promising, but again, yeah, it is kind of easy in this context. So
Okay. Well, let's head over back to our casters because we do have our second match of the day loading up. It's going to be on Aaron Go. Najix Zute, take it away.
Take it away, we will. Here we go into Aaron Gale match number 2. Yeah, man, I think Uneven said it pretty well. It's going to be pretty crushing for YKG right there, losing a match that they know they should have won. And there's nothing worse, I think, than competitor in PUBG Mobile than that scenario. Exactly. I mean, hey, sometimes you're stuck at a bad spot. You have to make a 50-50 decision. Even missing some of your shots sometimes hurts. But just, losing a play like that 4v2 when you should win that 99% of the time, and if you would have won, it would have been a chicken dinner. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, it happens a lot at these high-level competitive games. It's always that one decisive fight. You hear it all the time, like, oh man, if we just won this, we win the match. And it's real. I think if YKG won that fight, they'll have 4 there, right? And with 4 players, that would definitely hurt NHyper way more when they try and make that type of cross over the road that they
for sure.
Right? I think Canadian Eagles even could have won that if they had their 4th player still up. And that just flashback real quick. Remember their 4th player, how they went down? He was knocked in the building.
Oh, yeah.
And he was crawling around, and there was this slim angle from the high ground down that got him thirsted. If not for that mistake, if he knew to kind of, stay further back, he'd get revived. They pull off that amazing play twice like they did, but they keep 4 up, and then they could have won the match. But, I mean, that's just PUBG Mobile in a nutshell. There's so many small, crucial, pivotal moments that add up during a game that lead to whatever ultimate outcome that happens.
But you know what? Here's the problem, Zute. Speaking of ultimate outcome, yeah, you lost a match. That sucks. But the thing that could really suck is that could be the game that's the difference between going to PMGC or not. You know what I'm saying? And that's what hurts even worse, is because you are in a contention with NHyper right now. Every single point matters. And to lose a game like that, it's got to hurt.
Yeah. There's still a lot more games to come. And if YKG could just start, pulling things back like the way they did in week 1, there's still time left. And NHyper, of course, doesn't look to be slowing down whatsoever, which is a really bad sign for the side of YKG. Usually in these situations, if you're, head-to-head against one other team in terms of points, be it PMGC, be it during the league stage for the, itself, the other team has a few slip-ups, here and there. NHyper, though, this time around, we have not seen them slow down at all past couple of days, which is really surprising to me. And I don't know, maybe NHyper, they only start messing up towards, the later stages of the tournament. When the pressure's really on, they start choking.
Don't say that.
But that's when they can't clutch out situations. And they are clutching out situations. Now, when they have to go aggressive, usually that's where they mess up. They're not messing up anymore. They're pulling off the executions, and it's working.
If NHyper is able to hone that skill, you know what I'm saying, and just really get it down to just a beautifully sharp edge, they're going to be the best team in North America, and a team that I think they can actually compete in Americas, because it's a must, right? You have to have that finely tuned to even get in the door to PMGC finals, right? Just to even get in the door, it has to be finely tuned. And I mean, these teams have every strategy razor sharp, you know what I'm saying? And then there's little things that come after that. So to see NHyper develop that here in person, it's really exciting.
Yeah, it's great to see. And maybe they knew it all along that they needed to do this, but they haven't perfected their, original strategy just yet. Maybe they wanted to work on it a little bit more, and I'm talking about like rotations and playing a bit more passively.
Yes.
And now that they think, that's okay. We can't improve this anymore. Now, this is the season. This is the time that we start working on our aggression. And it's surprising to see how fast they're managing to, make it work. then again, this is only North America. If they have to do the same thing in America, or I mean North America, yeah, if they have to do the same thing in Americas against like the Brazilian teams, we might see them start struggling again, right? When they go aggressive, go for the aggressive plays when needed.
You know, I will say this though, right? If we see them struggling here, then ugh, you know what I'm saying?
That is true.
Then it's just like we don't even have hope. But now we're like, all right, okay.
There's a
You know,
chance.
like yeah, sure. You know, come, you know, America's championship time. That's a whole nother monster. I mean, but then again, right? They got close. They could have won America's with just one game last season, and they weren't as finely tuned as they were now. So it's really exciting to see them develop this, get this going, because you're right. I think rotationally, they got it down. Their map awareness is phenomenal. They always put themselves into seemingly one of the best positions, right? I think the only struggles that we see them with is, like you mentioned, just their fighting, right? Being able to finish fights, get aggressive when they need to, and just making sure, I think they could tweak, you know, not losing a player early on. Sometimes they go to get to certain rotations that they panic and just lose a player and not commit to a fight. I think that is also a little thing. It's not even a little thing, right? That's another big thing they need to fix. But once they wrap those two things up, they're good to go, I think.
Maybe this is their year.
Could be. What about YKG? What do you think they need to tune up?
Man, YKG is just... It's kind of a mystery to me, because I feel like YKG, individually, right? Each player, that's an America's PMGC level team. As in, like, I know mechanically they're all at the top. I know mentally each player has a really good mindset about the game. They're all really passionate about the game. So, like, individually, it adds up. Like, they could be one of the best, hands down. And they've been together long enough, right? Sure, not as long as some of the other teams like in Hyper, but it's just like the consistency of trending upwards is not there for whatever reason, right? Like I know you could have a bad day, you could, you know, not do well in a couple matches, whatever. That even happens to the best teams in the world, like even Nova, Alpha 7. It happens. But it's just too big of a difference for me, Jukes. Like the killing it on week 1 to just hard struggling coming into week 2. That gives a big question mark as to, does this team just have what it takes? It could be a simple no. Like they just don't.
Yeah, and like we had mentioned before, folks, if they had a 200-point lead PMGC points-wise, I would not be worried, right? I'd be like, okay, they're just trying new stuff. You know, no big deal.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they're testing this out, this and that. We could theorize. But with PMGC on the line, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. There's no reason, no mentally correct reason to try and even risk that. Because that is the golden ticket here, even above first place, to be honest, right? I mean, first place here is okay, but I mean, a PMGC ticket is the goal. And there's only 2 teams that can really get it, and that's YKG and NHyper, and NHyper are getting hot right on time.
Very hot. Ooh, that circle. Pulling away from the north side. We're going to be in for a nice circle finish. It's been a while since we've seen a zone end around here on Erangel.
Ruins, dead center. Ruins finish is fun. I mean, there's a lot of different areas that teams can take. Still a few checkpoints still available here. But the thing is that also Ruins is not the best place to be caught driving in. So that's why we see so many teams trying to wrap there pretty early and find a spot, because the terrain in Ruins is pretty brutal.
Yeah, I love this zone because we're only in circle 2, right? So the next shift could change the battlefield completely. East of Ruins, you get those like hilltops, those gullies, a lot of, you know, open terrain that teams will have to work off of. If it goes south, Aka area, the chopsticks, the open field, flat ground there, and there's still a lot of Pachinkian zone. And then northwest, you have Mount Everest, and you have those strong compounds, and we're going to see a lot of teams have to utilize maybe the water, the river, the edge. So the game could still change at any moment's notice, and all the teams just have to be prepared for all 4 different outcomes.
Absolutely. I think right now that's that compound right below Everest where 412 is one of the strongest positions.
Yes.
In this next map. I think no matter where the zone goes, they're going to be set up really well. So I'm really looking to keep an eye on the NOMADS. And you know what? Speaking of that, you automatically see Fate and Execute looking to take that position away from them. And looks like they did catch them slipping a bit. Did get some eliminations on the board. Meanwhile, PASSIONFRUIT Esports, another team that we have a lot of hope for because this roster is a strong one. But, you know, just synergy is just not there yet.
Yeah, synergy is not there. It's been getting better and better.
It has definitely. But you know, I think there's still a good split away before we can start seeing them really fine-tune things. But who knows? It could turn. It could turn, right? All it takes is a couple things to go right, a couple good call-outs, a couple good review days, and it could you could just definitely see them just have a good couple days and be good to go.
They do have one advantage against all the other teams, and that's Sixless, right? He's not playing anymore, which might even be a bigger boost for the team because you have someone just dedicated to watching, you know, how is the team moving? Basically a coach, right? So, and Sixless, he's got one of the greatest minds for the game, and hey, that could really pump up PASSIONFRUIT Esports improvement, you know, during the next couple of games. They got the VOD reviewing down. They have someone dedicated to watching, and so it's like that might be the turnaround for PASSIONFRUIT.
Could be. Let's see if it will pay off though, because like we said, we're starting to see teams like get hyper, heat up right at the right time. We even saw Canadian Eagles do some stuff we haven't seen before. So who knows if this is the turning point for them as well. Next zone, it does go on over. Is gonna stay right locked dead center here towards Ruins. Chopstick still into play. The compound right below Everest is still in play and not taken up right now, which is really surprising for me.
4-1-2, adjusting their position a little bit. So we are going to the Chopsticks, Jukes. Will it end in the Chopstick or in the field? A lot of questions.
A lot of questions indeed. Good old Chopsticks finish would be fun. That field sucks, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
That field's brutal. Like, it is just wide open, hardly any cover at all. Not a fun place to be at all. So we'll see if it does end up going there. You can see Extreme Slayers. This is the question about Extreme Slayers. Now, I think they need to do the opposite of what Hyper is doing, right? I think they need to work on their rotations. They need to work on their decision making on where to place themselves. Because you can see right there by that drive around, they're just right now, they're just trying to find something. Right? They don't have a dedicated spot that they're just instantly going to.
Yeah.
And that concerns me big time because that's a huge problem. Like, you get caught out and you can get your whole team wiped with just one bad decision like that.
And even if it's not the whole team getting wiped, the likelihood of one player getting shot out of a car at higher levels, like Americas, yeah, it's so much more risky to drive around like that for info. And losing just one player can change the course of the entire game. We see it so many times. PASSIONFRUIT now having to figure out where to go into. BULUC leading the charge. Looking like he's got a call out. He's got a rotation in mind. Now the teams can't stop right here. This is a playable area. You'll lose a couple of cars, maybe one or two, but there's not much more else open ground that they could take. And that's not a bad spot, honestly, for them to make a pit stop.
That's what they need to do right now. You know, they're starting to do it too much. They're starting to go and take a position by enough more they can chew. They're starting to get into that blind rotation area, and that's what really gets you punished. You know, it reminds me of a lot like, you know, rotating in vehicles reminds me a lot of like the game of pool. You know, I was a little semi-pro player back in the day. And some of the best players in the world, they told me specifically, right, when you're standing up and you're looking at the table, that's the planning. The second you get down to shoot your shot, that is full execution. You shouldn't even be thinking about what to do, right?
Yeah.
So I think when it comes to rotations, it's the same way, right? When you're rotating in a vehicle, you should already know where you're going and you're stopping there guaranteed. Not, oh, let's go and drive and see if it's open. Oh, it's not. Turn around, go backwards and try to find something because that's where you get caught off guard. And what did I say? That compound right below Everest. The strongest position in this map, and it's going to pay off big time.
That's a brutal zone, by the way. So many teams all of a sudden not in the zone, and there's no hard cover to play in, no elevation to really use. This is going to get tough. As K19 getting battered down right now by Wall Street Bets. G, the shimmy is a left and right. He knows exactly where the player is. Goes for the right hand peek advantage. Always got to take advantage of that.
Yes.
And clean finish. Jukes, we're about to lose more than half the lobby. Look at how many teams are still alive. How many players are still alive. And we saw there's like almost nowhere to play in that zone that's left open.
I mean, Everest is still in play slightly. BOPE is going to be the team on top, but everything south is just wide open madness. That's why do we see hardly any teams even in it. Execute is in one of the best positions in this map. They got to watch out, though, because there's a little ridge line right below where their spot is, and they can get pushed up on if they're not careful. But it being Execute, they should have the heads-up knowledge to just be looking straight in that direction and shooting anything in sight.
Yeah, they're going to have a huge opportunity of a game right here. As long as they don't mess it up. Tensa getting some shots off into the field. You see PASSIONFRUIT right there, realizing, hey, there's nothing out here. Just crash your car next to a hay bale and hope for the best. Throw some smokes
that's the play.
down.
That's the play. That's where setting up those car walls are going to be so huge. You know, and a lot of teams utilize the 4-vehicle strategy. So each player in a vehicle when it comes to rotating, because you need those vehicles to come end game. You know, one explodes, you can get another team players, or maybe you need all 4 to set up a wall, blow them up, and stay in that spot for the rest of the game. And we're going to see how many car walls are going to get set up in this circle, because this is a brutal one. You can see BULUC CHABTAN holding this edge right now, and they're going to hold it for as long as they can. This is a good spot. A lot of coverage in this area. Meanwhile, Execute, like I mentioned, in that compound, they're going to be the team to beat pretty much no matter where the zone goes.
This is starting to look like a boiling pot, Jukes. Everybody just edging into the zone, finding whatever nook and cranny they could use. We still have 49 remaining, Jukes. This is one of those zones where it's like full sending is instant death. And so everyone's just ratting away on the corner sides.
Bomba.
It's gonna get intense. Jukes kills mine. Putting the shots in.
Oh!
Taking too long of a spray. Gets cut down. G on the other end. Got to worry about the front, worry about the back. All sides enemies surrounding him.
Killjoy in the smoke. Bomba right next to him. Is he going to laser the nade in? Oh, it looks good. It looks real good.
Wow.
Oh, he's down to half an HP.
Oh, he pulled off the first aid right before that nade went off.
Wow, so lucky. I was about to say, how did he survive that? But, yeah, pulled off the first aid, and his health goes right back down to having to pull off another. And, oh, with the blue zone coming in, he wins that?
Okay.
With 1 HP? Unbelievable. Down goes Wall Street Bets right there. Next zone does come on over. Excuse are going to be dead center. You got BOPE over there on the north side. It is a road next to Everest finish. This is a fun one right here. This is a really fun circle. And you know what the funny thing is? Excuse where their building's at, they could even go in the basement there. So that's interesting to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah. Maybe get a team to drive in on them and they just stack on top of each other. That could be the play. Elsewhere on the zone, these were on the very near edges of the circle previous, and you can see there's a lot of buildings that were in zone, so everybody's here just still trying to fight it out. YKG, 4 up. Don't mess it up this time. And up to 5 eliminations again. They just can't, throw it. They can't lose a 4v2 here at this point. And this could be a huge one for them.
Uh-oh, nice knock there. I think they're pissed. YKG are looking angry here. Looking a little extra sharp, because I think that they knew that they lost that last one, and we're starting to see them really fire things up. Now, can they finish? That is going to be the question. Now, another question is, which team do you think is going to have most eliminations? With YKG looking so vicious, I'm going with them.
Yeah, I'd have to go with YKG too. Like, it's so hard to tell which team will come out on top because nobody really can have a clean fight here. There's so much third party and fourth party. Look right here. Extreme Slayers and Hyper. Excuse LOTUS Esports right there.
Wow.
Just 4-1-2 over the top. They're about to come in and take it all. Brady goes down. Here comes 4-1-2. They smell weakness out here. Chunks of nades clear out the whole entire east side. Betty survives that nade though. And now he's the last one up for the team. 4-1-2 should be easy cleanup. They need the points too. They have 0 points on board.
Ooh, absolutely brutal. And Hyper go out in 12th place right there. Imagine being in live this long of the match and you go down in 12th. That is insane. Extreme Slayers going down in 11th. This is going to throw the 10th place spot. Fetty most likely going to go down here, and he does. So that's Lotus down in 10th. Guys, if you finish the game right now, you're getting 0 placement points.
Oh, YKG?
YKG, they made it to the hill. This is what I was talking about. There was that little hill right below Execute. They shouldn't have, I don't know how they even allowed a team to get close here with that position, but they did. Oh, some shots from up top on Ace. Saves Execute in a major way.
Let's go. Oh, the shots.
Got beamed.
He peeked
Fate,
out for
win this.
less than half a second. Fate clutching it up. Fate is so good at those close range fights. Is it Jack?
Ace, so smart.
Oh,
Ace, so smart. Came at the perfect time. Bodying Fate. YKG does get eliminated, but now Ace of Spades are going to take the spot for themselves, as it's just Casper left up. So, yeah, like I said, I was surprised to see Execute even allow YKG to get close. I mean, they should have been standing up because it's all open field there. There's no way they rotate up on them for free unless they weren't paying attention.
I mean, they couldn't be outside their compounds, though, because Ace of Spades on the west side was still in zone.
They could have been behind it.
It's so hard to work with that spot. That spot looks really strong, but the way the zones shifted left 360 all around them in the previous zone, so they were just kind of pinched in, and yeah, it's hard to work with in that situation. But Execute, they could have played it probably in hindsight, you know, a little bit better. It's hard to tell though. Casper, last one up, playing it quiet.
Last one up, indeed. I think that in that position, you don't even worry about Ace of Spades. You smoke that side out. You hold some roofs, you hold some angles, and you're good to go. But to each their own. Let's see how this game does finish out, because Ace of Spades are dominating from this position. Excuse, like I mentioned, in this building, there is the basement still in play. And that basement is not easy to attack if you have players inside of it. Because if you try to go down, your ankles are just going to be shown before they're going to get shot up before you even see these players. So even throwing utility down there ain't easy. So Excuse are pretty safe with this position. Yeah, you can see Kai going down to the bottom of it. That is a great position for him to hold, at least on the safe side. You kind of want to stand up and make sure teams don't rotate in, but now that is a place that's difficult. You want us to stay inside, because you go outside there, you're going to get shot.
They're down to a 2-man.
You can see Kai practicing. He's waiting. He's like, I'm waiting for any player that comes even close to this building and tries to get inside here.
And they're also trying to just make noise to scare players off, because they're down to 2, right? They don't want anyone crashing on top of them. It's a fight that they'll most likely lose. Skills of Mind still alive. Out on the top of Everest. Oh! Gets caught.
Bye.
Yep.
Philia's been a great player for BOPE. I'll say that. Always see him getting into the action. Fuego as well. So, I mean, this is a good team. You know, just again, it's just some of those decisions I think we see them make that really puts them into a bad spot. But right now, they're not doing too bad. I mean, they did lose Nightcrocs. Supra is still up. Just got to watch out here for Excuse on this angle. And if they're able to kind of just hold it down, buy some time, they should end up with a nice little top 3 finish.
Shots going into the smoke. Try and find whatever they can right here before the zone shifts off of them. Most likely, it'll shift off of Excuse. Oh, smoke dissipating just enough for them to see a car, so they're going to aim around the edges of that. Maybe catch Supra. Ophelia makes a run for it. The tree leaves are good for the cover. He's making headway into the zone, but Ace
not from Ace.
Yeah.
Was that Rosh? Oh, no, it was Ace. So Ace are going to get that finish downhill. So BOPE went down the hill and got destroyed in the process. So Ace, from this position, obviously I think they have the best spot in this on this side, because they have this entire ridge line here, this hill. Yeah, 4-1-2 is in the other angle, but it's still going to be hard to shoot them. As we watch BOPE just get more suppressive fire. Zone does go in this spot here. So Excuse, don't have to move a muscle.
No, sir. And the thing is, 4-1-2, the Nomads, they're not going to push them either because 4-1-2's in zone. So they just have a nice little buffer zone for themselves in the form of opposing teams. So Excuse really happy with that circle shift.
Extremely happy. Meanwhile, Casper not too happy at all. He is in a bad spot. Those nades are starting to beat him up. He's not trying to move because he doesn't want to give those audio cues. But, you know, Ace has a good idea where he is. And, oh, he moved.
He's cooking the nade.
He is cooking a nade. That's a nice pre-nade. Oh, my gosh, he gets one. I'm surprised he didn't get another.
Almost two.
Oh, but he is beat up, and he's beat up bad. He's going to buy some time here as Kiddo tries to get a pre-fire here. Oh, and then the DBS just being too strong. They do lose one, though, in the process. Ace of Spades does. Now, they have to watch out for 4-1-2 on this angle. But just, yeah, they played it so long. They took so long. They're forced to run out to the blue. They couldn't set up a car wall or anything.
Oh, 4-1-2 really needs to hit these shots. There we go. Finally, some damage coming in. 4-1-2 only have one elimination point this whole time, and they've been in a great spot to steal away points. So 4-1-2 definitely lacking the experience to be pulling off more opportunity points when it presents itself. But now they shoot themselves up to 2 points, and they have majority zone control. This could be a chicken dinner for 4-1-2 if they play it correctly.
Definitely can with that sloping hill. It's so good. They have the most cover in this zone and the most control. But, you know, can they maximize it? This is one of those positions that you beg for, right? That you really hope that you get in when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. So are they going to take advantage of it? Freepoint's going to risk it big time, trying to go for that run over on the Kiddo. And it looks like they're going to try again. Yup.
Oh,
get
beamed.
Bodied. They're throwing mistakes. Just some simple mistakes right there. Feeding Kiddo another elimination for no reason.
Man. The thing, okay, when you make a play like that and your teammate gets shot out of the car, you need to be ready to expect that and stop your car and trade that. You can't be like, oh yeah, my teammate got knocked. I'm scared now because if I lose this 1v1, we're down to one play. No. If you're going to make that play, have two cars driving from both directions in. Whoever gets knocked, the other person needs to be ready to jump out the car and win their one, right? Because you have a slight advantage at that point. The other player has to whip their gun to the other side. They're exposed for a couple seconds, and it's just, why do that play at all if you're not going to be ready to trade? It's a huge mistake on 4-1-2.
Why not 2v1 in the first place, right? That is so wild, but you know what? This is why we've been concerned when it comes to 4-1-2. This is their game to win, and it's mistakes like this that have costed them. But you know what? You know, that's what PMPL is all about. Not every team can be the best in the world, and this could be a great learning experience for them. So hopefully they see it as that and not just as a grave mistake. You know what I'm saying?
Zone is closing in. They still have a chance at winning this game because everyone else is also just down to 2-man. And Ace
BOPE gets Kiddo.
taken out. Skills of mine. Is he gonna make it in, or is he just gonna go out to the blue zone? He's on that north side. He's the last player that needs to make a play right now as far as moving, because he's not in the circle. Let's see what Bomba does. Bomba's actually gonna spoil, get one onto Excuse.
Wow.
Goes back in the blue zone.
Oh, and he's gonna go down. He's gonna go down the blue. Actually, he's gonna run out and get caught by Kai. So very beautifully done. Excuse getting extremely zone blessed right here, and that's why we see them in the top 3 situation. 4-1-2 with the most real estate in this circle, fully laying down, not moving a muscle.
Last zone.
Why are they separate? Let me ask you that. Why do you think they're even separate in that kind of separation? Why aren't they just playing together?
I mean, lines of sight wise,
Makes no sense.
Gunpain can cover everything. That, you know, if whoever's pushing downhill, Gunpain can cover everything. And if they're too close together, one nade might end it all. And they just gotta worry about this wide spreading angle.
Uh-oh, here it comes. Oh, wow, getting caught, too, by the Groza. So that's why they split right there, especially when you have a drive up like that. So now we're in a 2v2 situation. BOPE versus 4-1-2. They're going to get spotted here. Oh, my gosh, the shots, though. That nade bought his teammate a little bit of time, but that's too close for comfort. That's how you do it, though. Gunpain with the beautiful nade onto Fuego. Gets the level 3 gear, too. Supra back up against the wall. No cover. It's all 4-1-2 Nomads clutching it out.
Well played right there. It definitely got really dicey for a 4-1-2. But with the zone, the way it worked, they had the advantage the entire time, even if they were losing players. 4-1-2 come out with a much-needed chicken dinner to kind of give them a little spring up in the leaderboards. Could have had a way more eliminations, in my opinion, but at least they played and got the win.
Yeah, at least they did. So a beautiful game from the Nomads to be able to clutch up a chicken dinner here, and hopefully they use this as a way to rocket launch themselves. I do think that they got pretty blessed with this circle. You know what I'm saying? They did. But they did maximize it and got a chicken dinner in the process. Well, I wouldn't even say maximize it. They got a chicken dinner. That's the thing, though, right? Yeah. YKG is a chat with the most eliminations with 4. Gotta give it to YKG to put up some nice elims this game.
Yeah, they also put up decent elims the previous game. So they're on that elim heavy, course again. They're winning their team fights this time around. And I guess they just had, a really sloppy team synergy when it came to close range fights. Because now they're looking like the YKG we're used to. It came down to a crucial fight against Execute. They got third party, so they still did well.
Well, it's about time. That's all we'll say about that, guys. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the highlights, and we'll be right back.
Well, we see 412 Nomads get themselves a chicken dinner here and I want to say deserved win, especially towards the end. However, one thing Uneven noticed, and I'd have to agree on, obviously, if I can disagree with him, he's a pro player. A lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes out of a lot of different teams here when it came to that last match. Uneven, where would you want to start, man? I'm going to throw it to you. Where do you want to start with the mistakes? One thing you want to say is a lack of value.
Am muted.
This is my best lip reading impression.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, so the teams, I apologize for that, by the way. The teams just did not value Mount Everest at all enough, in my opinion, right? It was on the edge of the map, and so, especially Execute, I'm going to have to call them out, who had that control over the hill, the mountain. They were playing it. They chose to sacrifice that and instead go center, because, it was on the edge and they didn't think zone would come. But regardless of where it is on the zone, it's such a valuable spot. You have so much information. You have such a clean high ground to hold people off. It's very easy to hold. And, as soon as they left, BOPE filled those shoes. The zones that happened to rotate north a couple times, and BOPE got into the late game. They had the chance to win. They got into that last 2v2 against 412, and that could have been Execute if they just placed their values different. In my opinion, center has some value, but a high ground like that is just so much more valuable.
Okay, let's take a look at the match rankings here. We can break down a couple of more potential mistakes that you're talking about. One of them out of 412 Nomads, actually, right? They were driving around and they ran into, I think it was Skills of Mind, and a player gets knocked in a car, and then no one's there to return.
Yeah, as I was telling you while we were watching that, using car baits, it has to have some purpose, right? You're driving through, you're getting information, and you're relaying to teammates while they cover you. And if the enemy decides to, try to get up and shoot the car, then your teammates has those eyes on them, and they can easily trade, because while they're trying to trace a car, that your teammate is shooting a still opponent, and that's what that's the use of it is, right? So driving in circles when you're never going to be able to run them over, that there is no use to that. You're not getting any information. You're just risking your health and your life, and you ended up, getting eliminated for no reason right there. And, thankfully it didn't end up losing the game, but, it could very well have been a drastic mistake, especially in some later stages in tournaments.
And then there was one more that I can point out. I can't remember who it was, but it involved Execute, and it involved a team choosing to clear him out. I think, was it Skills of Mine? Choosing to clear him out when the zone was closing.
Yeah, you know, this is a very, very common recurring error we see in the lower skill regions, right? They have all the time in the world. They know the zones are closing. There's a certain amount of time where zones are still, right? And the timer's coming down before the blue zone starts closing into that smaller circle that we have. And you need to take as much time as possible, clear your edges, do what you need to do before your next rotation, and make sure that there's no dangers in that next rotation. But they waited as long as possible for some reason. It's a very common mistake people make. They want to, live as long as they can. They don't want to make any risks. And they just took too much time and started clearing their edge once blue zone started closing, and then they were rushed, which means they didn't have time to properly, take their steps and be meticulous. And as a return, I think it was Tensa was able to get one free elimination from them, and that could have potentially, made him lose the game. So again, fundamental stuff right there.
Yeah. I gotta correct myself. It was Ace. It wasn't Skills of Mine. It was actually Casper, not Tensa. There, it was last one alive for Execute.
Oh.
But we'll quickly jump and take a look here at the player stats from YKG from today, because we've been so harsh on them, and obviously when they start to do well, we gotta talk them up a bit and not to continue to be harsh. And we are seeing them finally start to pick up some limbs today compared to the last 2 days before this. You see Joey on 9. I mean, Chico's on 11. Isajat's on 12, and they've actually been rotating Isajat in quite a few times. I'm not sure the reason necessarily behind that. As Fears was putting up his own weight, but it seems like they're comfortable to play with Isajat on weekends. Maybe it's due to Fears not being able to play on weekdays. Maybe it's another reason. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things that can go on behind the scenes. Communication is crucial. Sometimes statistics don't reveal the whole picture. I mean, these are some very nice stats right here. I'm glad to see them picking it up. And they haven't had too many late games either, right? This is just consistent elimination points throughout the games. They had some really nice aggression in this last game, some really nice third-party timings. So they're definitely stepping it up. They need to do more, because NHyper's still outdoing them. So not only do they have to catch up, but they're not even close to breaking even here. They're still growing a gap, I believe. So it's not enough.
Well, over the first 2 days of this week, Isajat had 7 eliminations. There he had 12. Joey had 5, and then he had 9 just in these 2 matches. So we're already seeing them like doubling, or a good 50% increase from what they had before. So it's a good step up out of them. Want to see more? Want to see this continue throughout the rest of this day. But also big shout out here to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL, and maybe all the PMPLs. Who knows? And you guys can pick one up and unleash your beast like YKG have been able to do here so far today. But I believe it is time to head into our next match of the day shortly. We have Vikendi coming up next, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, it is Vikendi coming up next. I don't know, Vikendi, I've been a fan of Vikendi. I mean, I love a castle finish. We haven't had one quite yet, at least that I've been a part of here on the new Vikendi, but I'm always a big fan of a castle finish. And there's always one match that stands out. I believe it was you guys, actually, I'm thinking of. You guys meaning the old Cloud9 with like you, Beowulf, Perkasas, and Adder, or known as Kitsune now.
Pyra and Adder.
Oh, was it Pyra? Okay. And oh man, like there was
Perkasas was before Adder. Adder was Perkasas's replacement.
Okay, that's a long time ago. Damn. There was some really cool plays there actually out of you guys. It was nice to see like Adder and Bale playing crazy, and I guess Anyone was doing all right. But let's take a look at overalls actually, since we have time before the next match kicks off. NHyper still should be first place. Ace of Spades though, able to move up to second now. Extreme Slayers not having a strong start here today.
Yeah, and as I said, NHyper still not only, breaking even, but growing their lead on YKG. So, as you did point out that they're growing as we progress throughout the week. So if they continue at this pace, eventually they'll, start being at a pace that they can overtake, but not there quite yet. Ace of Spades taking second place. That's a nice surprise right there.
Yeah. And, I mean, they have a 50-50 balance of placements to a limbs, too. 43 apiece, which I would imagine makes you happy, but I'm not quite sure.
With this kind of distribution, you definitely want to see more elimination points than placements. But, I mean, this is totally fine. I mean, it's not ideal, but I would not be disappointed with this, especially as one of those, just regular, consistent weeks. It's not really their blowout, but they're staying there. They're staying up there. And that's always fine.
I mean, was it NHyper had 51 points and they've had 4 chicken dinners, or 51, I think. So they got 11 placement points outside of their 4 wins, which is, I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like for the fact they have 4 wins out of 10 matches is already nutty, but then only 11 placement points out of their 4 wins out of the 6 other matches.
Yeah.
Kind of seems like can be hit or miss a bit, but we are seeing YKG, they've shot up the leaderboard here quite a bit. On the very last page, we are seeing Wall Street Bets. I mean, the 4 to 27 placements to eliminations is a bit odd, but you know what? I guess when you're not able to get to late stages of the game, all you can really do is get points to eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows a really aggressive play style that's not really culminating into late game throwouts, but you know, it's a play style.
Okay, well, you know what? It is time now. I don't care what production says. No, I'm just kidding. We're actually going to have our commentators here because the next match is ready to go. Hadrix and Zute, if you were a vegetable, what vegetable would you be?
I would be a Kaplan. Know what I'm saying? I think it's a pretty rare fruit, or sorry, vegetable these days, but they're fresh. They're fresh and they're focused. Zute, what about you?
Squash.
Wash it up, dude.
I don't know. That was the first thing that came to mind. A squash. Man, Jason and his questions, man.
You gotta love him. You gotta love him, dude. What a zucchini. All right, here we go with Vikendi coming up soon. I am excited for Vikendi because you know what? Jason loves a castle finish. I also love a castle finish. I'm waiting to see it. I'm also a fan of toxic water circles at the start. That's always fun to watch. Now, this game, Zute, all right? We were talking about YKG in the green room, right? Just talking about like, dude, what do these guys need to do, right?
Yeah.
They're so far behind already and need to catch up. The Candy coming up next with the rest of the maps. What do you think this squad needs to do different? Because it looked like they're doing everything right. They're just losing these kind of ridiculous fights in my eyes. Well, I don't know. What about you?
Yeah, it's just so hit or miss. The problem is with YKG, from our perspective, right, is we can't see how they're doing the fights. So maybe week 1 they had everyone in the right position, and so the fights were just naturally very easy for them. And then coming into week 2, they started, condensing too much, or whatever the case might be. We don't see the whole picture because the camera's not following them the whole time, but we do know
True.
They do well when they win their fights because they're always fighting. You saw in the placement points to elim points, it was what, 37 elim points to 7 placement points. So we know their playstyle is fighting. So what are they doing wrong? Why are they so far behind all of a sudden? Well, we're gonna need to microscope that, see exactly each position.
Fights.
It's too easy to say not winning fights, obviously, right, Jukes?
Yeah.
So, if you want to get more in detail with it, you got to take a microscope, look at each player's position before a fight breaks out.
Yeah.
Are they pushing together 2-1? Whatever. Fights get way too complicated.
Especially when they
it's
finish.
a chess match.
Yeah, especially when they finish so quickly. I mean, I do like the fact that they don't hesitate with that aggression. You know what I'm saying? Like, they do make the full 4-man push, but I think this is what it is, right? Because we see them in the early mid game. Remember that one Sandhawk when I was talking about like how split the players are and how I love to see YKG push so close together. I think towards late game or chaotic situations, they kind of lose that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I think they just start to kind of do their own thing. They're close together, but they're not truly synonymous with each other as they are in the early game. So I think that come late game, Joey squad need to have a conversation, right? Say, okay, how can we tighten this up a little bit? Because we're starting to panic and we're starting to do our own thing. And then once one player gets knocked, 2 do, and then everything falls apart. So I think in those situations, they're going to have to tighten things up a bit.
There's too many factors to really condense it down to any points, right? Just
Yeah.
to play devil's advocate, okay, we group up more closer. Random nade comes in,
That's true. I'm not even saying move together closer.
Yeah,
right?
knocked.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
Spread out a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't trade each other in time, right? There's just so much that could go wrong and so much that could go right. It just really comes down to team synergy. Whatever the plan is, whatever the call is, you got to do it as a team. That's the best any team can do, in my opinion. It's an afterthought of like, oh, if we were closer, if we were more spread out, you know, it could happen. Any situation can occur, and the outcome could go either way.
Yeah, definitely can. By the way, guys, we should have this game started up in just a few seconds. Definitely thank you for being so patient with us. We're about to get started. It's a Vikendi, the map where anything can happen, right? I think Vikendi is one of those maps like Sandhawk where, you know, it's a good opportunity for a lot of the squads in the mid-pack range to put some big points on the board because there's so much cover there. Yeah, I think you have a lot more freedom, unlike that last Erangel match where the zone,
that was tough.
Yeah, didn't have hardly any cover. You had to make the right play, right timing, and you're just kind of stuck. I think Vikendi's a lot more forgiving in that aspect. What about you?
It is way more forgiving, and also it's way more rewarding in terms of RNG. If you have, you know, the compound that the zone just keeps shifting to,
yeah,
it can happen instantly. You're top 3 guaranteed, top 4, top 5, and you can take shots at everyone. We saw that yesterday, and Hyper, they rotated to the center zone, like 5th circle, got a nice compound, and then somehow won that match. That was crazy. But what if a team was just already there, right? And the circle just keeps going to them. So it's very rewarding as far as RNG goes. So maybe even a team that doesn't usually do that well get blessed and they can shoot up the leaderboards. But either way, Vikendi is just, like you said at the beginning, anything can happen on Vikendi.
I feel like Vikendi would be the name of the vegetable, too, right? I should have said that. I should have said my favorite vegetable was a Vikendi. You know, I think would have gotten away with it. But you know what? One thing I think teams, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
it's like a mix
you know?
between a kiwi and what, Vikendi, kiwi,
right? Something. Because I don't know.
Something
I
like
can
that.
imagine just having a nice roasted chicken with some roasted Vikendi on the side. You know?
That-
Sounds good.
That's believable.
That's believable. That's believable, right? I mean, hopefully it's not a cold dish, right? That's the only thing. You know, but you know, when it comes to Vikendi, I'm hoping to see some teams do what Uneven said last game, right? And maybe that's why I think we're seeing some teams struggle with Vikendi. You know, in the last game, Vikendi, or what do you call it? Not Vikendi. Uneven said, right, that Everest was undervalued. Okay, right? He said that more teams really did not see the value in that high ground, in that position. He even faulted, you know, Execute for giving it away because I mean it was a strong spot there. So maybe we're seeing not enough teams truly see the value in that high ground. Do you think that, you know, after so many matches now, we're going to see more squads go to those positions here in Vikendi?
It's tough to say because there's certain ways you have to play certain situations. Sure, you can take the high ground, but maybe the risk factor increases, right? Like the difficulty of pulling something off on that high ground increases, and it's just, man, I'm a broken record. Of course, Zute, if you do one thing, there's risk and reward.
True.
It's just
Yeah,
the
true.
teams at this point, I think what they really need to do is just play to their level, right? We're halfway through the tournament pretty much, and it's just like you could see certain situations where there could be a big payoff that's harder to execute, in which case you just shouldn't do it. Now, hindsight is 2020, and we're halfway through the tournament. Teams should know kind of their caliber of skill and just play to that and hope for the best. And that's what I would tell a team if I was their coach.
Just hope for the best. Hope for the best. Make the right plays. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's crazy because I mean there are definitely some big ways that you can minimize that risk. You know what I'm saying? And I think certain teams definitely need to do that. I think that teams like in Hyper minimize that risk a little too much, and I think we're starting to see them take more now, right? We're starting to see them take a little bit more risk, and it's paid off for them, Zute, I think in a major way overall. So hopefully we're going to see them take some risks here, not in this match because they're going to be in the next one afterwards. So no end Hyper here, guys, but for everybody else watching, this is a big banger and a big chance for YKG to step up. When NHyper isn't playing, you gotta put some points on the board. And here we go. It's Vikendi. Let's get it started.
Yeah, about time we get this one rolling. I know YKG, they're restless. They're ready for it. The last time YKG wasn't in a lobby, NHyper won that game, right? That happened yesterday. So now YKJE, they need to do the same thing. They need to like a huge chicken dinner, win the match to nullify what Hyper has been doing to them. And that's crazy to think about.
It is. It's absolutely insane to think about. So, oh my goodness, a big gap that needs to be crossed. And I gotta say though, if there's any team that could do it, it's YKG. It's the simple mistakes that we're watching them miss out on, right? I mean, losing 2v4s, getting caught in bad spots, getting out-angled. So, I don't know, especially with this south side empty, I think we're starting to see, you know, both execute and skills of mine go to Hyper's position. So, good heads up from them for recognizing that it's open, but now they are in a hot drop situation, but I think I definitely have to give the edge to Execute here.
Yeah, I think XQ are actually pulling back, seeing that spot is taken. So that's always a neat trick you could do. Pull your parachutes a little bit early, and you can float in the sky a little bit, get way more info on who's dropping where, and then you also have a fallback plan. You can relatively pull that off safely like 10 out of 10 times. Circle does come up on the screen. We're going to get a circle to the northwest. It is like 99% land, so we might see a slower start to this Bikini match. We might see some isolated fights though on the east side. You can see a lot of teams on the eastern side, southeast side, not in the zone. That typically prompts teams to look for 4v4s if they do want to.
Well, YKG all the way up top, they're going to be sitting pretty in this next zone, so they don't have much to worry about. As we're looking at skills of mine over here down south, over by Winery. Loading up, getting ready to go. So you can see those wine barrels fermenting, getting ready for the next season coming up here. Finds a nice little 4X on the ground. That's pretty nice. And so far, so good. And I love the fact that a player named Wasted is dropping Winery. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, speaking about Winery, I know you own one, Juice.
Hey, we keep that on the DL. We keep that on the DL, know what I'm saying? Hey, but you know what? You guys check me on Twitter. You know? That's what we're talking about. All right. But you know what? The wine business is a good one. And you know what? I'll tell you what. This is a good drop location for a lot of these teams because, you know, Hyper drops here. They've had success in the spot. So I love the heads up play for skills of mine to recognize, hey, you know what? Now is the time, right? Now's the time. And Hyper isn't here. Let's take their spot and use it to our advantage.
Here's what I want to see. Isolated 4v4s. Like, I know teams on Vikendi want to take those 4v4s. And here's one about to play out. Canadian Eagles has a nice flank right there from that one player. Ace of Spades pretty much trapped. So Ace of Spades right now, they need to realize, okay, we got to push in one direction in particular. And that's probably forwards because they can't push up that huge hill wide in the open. And I want to see Canadian Eagles here be able to hold this defense. Elsewhere on the map, there's already fights. This circle is prompting for it. SLR picks one up onto Puppeteers. Puppeteers lose one extremely early.
That has gotta hurt. So, SLR, you know, getting into it early on, and Puppeteers losing one early hurts to see. Puppeteers, you know, they had such a strong day, and then we've kind of seen them just hit and miss.
Oh, they're
but guess
down to
what?
one. What?
They're down to one,
That's
and it's
crazy.
just Dong.
Oh, if anyone could get it done, it is Dong. But man, he must be just. You can't expect him to clutch all the time, man. And even for us as casters, like we love seeing him clutch up, but it is asking too much, day in day out. Puppeteers really need to step it up as a team.
Well, let's see how Canadian Eagles is stepping it up, right? After that crazy 2v4 situation. Look at Drago using his parkour skills. Jumping from roof to roof. Leaky Blade, though, shutting him down. You got to hit these shots, Drago. He does. But now it's up to him with this angle. Oh, he could have done it while he was in the animation. But doesn't get it done. Where is the final player? Where's Quinn? Oh, what a jump shot. Drago's insane.
That
1v4.
was crazy.
1v4? 1v4? The pre-fire looks good. He's going to get him here. He's going to get... Oh, man, that door. He just jumped out just in time. He's got to watch out, though. His team's going to get thirsty. But no, I think they did make it across to safety. Drago! 1v4! Let's go!
The full reset on the Canadian Eagles team. That is huge. 4 early points. start getting your blood pumping, man. Drago coming in huge. Those parkour skills, jumping off the rooftop, hitting the
Yes.
shots, he did it all.
Oh my goodness. You could even see, I saw the players just doing some jumps for joy right there. That was disgusting. All right, Canadian Eagles, maybe today's your day. Maybe today is your day because we've seen them do a lot of magic here so far. So maybe this could be the rise, the start of the Canadian Eagles soaring in the sky. And meanwhile, a team that's looking to soar as well is YKG. YKG, just big chilling right now. Joey, the man, the myth, the legend, getting looted up. A whole bunch of 5-5 to his name, so he's definitely set up for the match. He's got the bear. He's got the otter. No, is that a badger? He's got the badger on his back. So this man's ready to clutch.
Is that a badger or it? Look at the tail, Jukes. I think that might be a beaver.
Oh.
It's the details that matter, Jukes.
It
It's
is the details. It is the details. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You know what I'm saying? Well, hopefully they can set up a nice dam, and stop the flow of traffic in this next zone. But look at how many teams are centered up here.
That's
Goodness
crazy.
gracious.
I mean, there's like 8, 10 different compounds right around center that are all like power positions that control a lot. So everybody just taking a nice little chunk of it. We'll see who ends up winning that RNG, right? At the very end, like circle 7, circle 8. Which team will have not moved a muscle and just got in zone every circle? Like I said it before this match started, that RNG can bless a team all the way through, especially on a map like Bikini. And out of those teams we just saw earlier, that rainbow of colors, one team is probably going to get that blessing.
24K is going to take the shots? No, he's trying to wait to see. Hopefully they can come in that direction. So XEZ, got to play this really carefully. He's looking for intel, but there's people that already have intel against him. Meanwhile, some shots are starting to rain out. One team's rotating. But for the most part, these teams dead center. We're not going to see them move a muscle. I think we saw White Eleggy there take out a gas can just in case. Doesn't want to have to deal with that if a team crashes up on him, that's for sure.
Situation is one of those hurry up and waits. Everyone saw, everybody's pretty much in zone. Everyone that want to play center is centered up. We might see another isolated fight on the outside. We've had 2 of those. Puppeteers down to 1. Ace of Spades taken out by Canadian Eagles. The lobby's starting to heat up a little bit here. It's going to be one of those games, Jukes, where at a certain circle, there's some full sends, and we're seeing one already. Oh, what a nice shot by Frady, and really needed because there's only 2 of the Extreme Slayers here. They were playing a split.
Will the split get punished? That's a nice nade there. Cesar is forced to go up the stairs. Kind of in a pinch position.
Oh, the molly.
Robert's playing it so aggressive. That molly does buy him time, but oh my goodness,
he
speed
cut
fire
everyone down.
just got beat up. Robert's on fire too, but did that Molotov land on Cesar?
He walked into it at the last second, and
wow.
That's also so unfortunate for Robert because timing-wise, he knew he was safe because hey, there's a molly burning here, but Cesar pushed it anyways, caught him off guard, and got the thirst because of that. And they're down to 3, but they pick up 4 points at least. Speedfire are out of there.
Speedfire gone. Waiting to see Speedfire do something special. And unfortunate for some of these teams. When you're suffering so much on the leaderboards, you get caught in really bad positions. I think one team in particular was SLR in that Sandhawk match, right? I wonder if Puppeteers dropped there knowing that it's because it's SLR, right? They know SLR goes to boot camp, and if you see a team struggle on the leaderboards, maybe you think you could just bully them, and that's going to put you in a bad spot anytime you have a player get thirsted or pretty much anytime you're in the game. So you got to stand your ground, right? You got to be able to win fights, and if you don't, you're going to have a bad time.
Definitely. Circle is closing in. Circle's about to shift again. Take a look at the minimap. Yeah, there's a nice spread of teams all around the center. Where is the circle going to shift this time? I'm hoping we see a hard shift because this is too many teams that are just centered up. I want to see something crazy. You can see Extreme
Gonna
Slayers on
center.
the right side, right? They were holding that 2-2 split in particular. Luckily for them, it worked out. I think Speedfire should recognize there's only 2 at that compound with a lack of noise when after they crash, and played it more aggressively. But they went in the corner, got taken out. Circle, centers up. Nothing to see here, Jukes. We got Execute, Skills of Mine, and Canadian Eagles not in the zone, and there's so much of the zone left for them to go into. I don't think we're going to see a single fight break out on this one.
Yeah, I don't blame him. And, this is pretty typical of Vikendi. Vikendi, for some reason, loves to center up in these particular kinds of zones. So that's why I'm not at all surprised to see, a nice little center position here. And that's why we saw so many teams group up, right? They just were all centered up, big chilling, with nothing to worry about at all. So, yeah, this is going to be the calm before the zone. So, Zute, since we have so much time, what would you like to talk about? How was your day?
My day's been pretty good. It's been pretty all right. I'm glad to see YKG, stepping it up now. Because if we were to have a week where YKG is not in the picture for the whole week, that would be a very sad, slow week of PUBG comp NA. So it's good to see they're stepping it up. And speaking of stepping up, maybe a fight breakout right here. YKG, right? They know they're behind. Does that mean they have to play more aggressive off of a opening? Like, do we expect to see a more aggressive YKG because they need to rack up the points, or how do you feel YKG is feeling with their point disparity?
Yeah, the disparity.
Yeah,
their disparity between the energy of NHyper. Man, I mean, obviously they can't be feeling good, right? Especially when they seem to be trying hard, right, after the rip, and then just getting bodied to seemingly silly fights. So, if I were in their position, this is one of those times where you have a talk. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You have one of those. This is where that one player who.
Oh, that's a clean lock.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh, that's gotta hurt.
Huh?
You know what? Hey, we all miss our shots sometimes. It happens, right? It happens. And it was the G36C, right? It wasn't the M4.
Yeah, I did say that's like one of the worst guns in the
Yeah, it
game.
was. 24 had. If it was the M4, I think he has that. But
Yeah.
this is where there's always a one player in a championship team that is the cheer up guy. He's the motivator, and that's a huge role. Like honestly, the most important role I think on the team, because if you don't have that person to give you guys that pep talk after a bad game, kind of reset your team's mentality, give your players some confidence, man, are you going to have a bad time. You're going to have such a struggle. And it's a part of the game, right? Not every day is going to go great. Not every fight you're going to win. So if that player just kind of, get in the huddle, go and say, hey, guys, we got this. Let's, work on our communication. Let's be clear. Let's just kind of reset our heads and let's get to it, And I think that if YKG could just shake off that little bit of that bad juju, you know what I'm saying? Like, just get that bad energy out the way and just start crushing it. They're going to be in a really good position.
Yeah, well, they are in a really good position right now, Jukes, with that circle
Oh, yes,
shift.
they are.
They're on the open high ground, meaning they're going to have a lot of opportunity to pick up points. When teams start crashing, they get third party from long range. See how many points they do manage to get here. But yeah, this circle shift is definitely going to start springing things into action. You see a lot of teams making those hard rotations now. Being as how the zone 3 teams here. That's what I'm talking about, Jukes. K19, SLR, and Excuse having a party. Everyone's invited. That's one team kicked out. It looks like Trip was shooting at his teammate, not even knowing what's going on. And now he pops in, gets it with the DBS. On the backside, there's Excuse, and that is 2 teams gone. K19, 8 eliminations. Everyone's invited. And
Friendly fire is off here.
Yeah.
And K19 not feeling friendly at all. Let's get it going. And that's an HH24 eliminated.
Yep. I was just about to say, look who's not alive from K19.
And I'll tell you what, HH24 is that guy. He's that motivator, right? He's always out there talking, always so excited. Jason knows this. Jason knows this for sure. So, he's always so talkative, so informative. You know that he's out there just being like, let's go, guys. You got this. Hyping up the team. So, really proud of HH24 for clutching that up for his squad.
Yes, that's all I got to say to that. Yes, and indeed. 8 points in a blink of an eye. And, well, that's one way to rack up points. Just fight 2 teams at the same time. They only lose 1. They only lose HH. I'd say that is a very worthwhile trade for the side of K19. Now, the blue zone's still closing in, Jukes, but I think the fighting's done. We've had 2 teams sacrifice themselves to the zone. I think the Circle Gods are okay with that.
I will go as far as to say that K19 doesn't win that if HH24 doesn't go down. You know what I'm saying? Because I tell you what, dude, him going down, that enraged the team. You know what I'm saying? That they made them go Super Saiyan, and they just went crazy and took out everybody. And they're going to have to continue here. They're going to have to continue because look at this next zone. Look at this next zone. YKG, dead center. YKG, what more could you want? What more could you want? You're behind on N-Hyper. You've had some rough games. You get the most beautiful zone, dead center on Goroka right here. Right on the lettering. So YKG, now it's time to show up and put some major points on the board.
Let's see if they do show up here. This is one of those games where, okay, you've done decent in the first 2. Now you need to get the win. And we don't usually say that about every team, but this being YKG, we're expecting a top 2 at the very least for me. It's okay for me if they lose a player here and there, just because they're going to be in so many fights potentially, and then they get second place. So second, it's okay for me, but I'm looking for that first place finish now out of YKG because they need the points. They need to do it now.
Oh, see if they can do it here. Quinn, Canadian Eagles, the defense here have been just so strong all day.
Fate just like walked in there.
Yeah, he did. He did. He was like, oh, hey, guys, what's going on? Whoa, you know?
Yeah, it looked, from the character model, it looked like he didn't clear any corner. He just walked in there thinking it was open.
The confidence. Yeah. You know, that's the kind of confidence you want to see from an IGL.
Oh, for sure. See how this plays out. Casper putting in some shots, gets one. Oh, the reload!
Whoa! Baby Tang with a nice shot there. Now flicking on to Tensa. Tensa stuck behind a very thin tree. He knows it. You can see him going for that first aid, trying to take off. And this nade, oh yeah, being brutal. Tensa going down right there. It's got to hurt.
Yeah, man. Another game for Execute. Eliminated, taken out. Canadian Eagles, man, they are on a tear today. Putting up points, making plays. Now against YKG. Fortunately, this might be where it has to stop. YKG, they pick up their first elim point, but look at this. Chico is already looking for more. They have such a big spread out on this hilltop. They need to beware of all of their angles, just in case.
They sure do. Meanwhile, they are getting
I think they got the zone
here. Yeah, they do have the zone here, but you got Lotus right on top of them. Chico in a really compromising spot, being so pushed up forward. It's not a bad position because he could definitely do a lot of damage from there, but he's got to be careful. So YKG rocking a 3-1 split. Chico is going to be that big anchor. Is Chico even in a position to be supported, though, by the rest of his squad? That's going to be the question. And let's see how this plays out, because Canadian Eagles are opting to push it right in between both these teams. And one of their players is able to make it out alive, but the other two, ooh, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Chico's got to play this position very carefully. I'm pretty sure he's waiting for a third-party opportunity. He knows Canadian Eagles have like maybe 3 up, if not less. And then Lotus right by, yeah, he's just going to wait for a full-out fight and then maybe steal 1 or 2 points and then instantly run away. No one knows Chico's position between Canadian Eagles and Lotus, so they're going to go ahead and fight each other. It is breaking out, and Canadian gets chopped down to 2 instantly.
Uh-oh, Baby Tang trying to take the rock, and yeah, leaving immediately. So unfortunately, that Tesla is not looking good at all, so Baby Tang's going to have to make the move. Meanwhile, YKG starting to make the press onto BOPE. Looking to get a little bit of a reset here, as Isajat is going to be in a pretty tough spot. Oh, he's going to smoke himself out, completely eliminate his sight lines. That's risky, because you know that nade is most likely coming his way, and it sure is. Yeah, Isajat just getting burned out immediately.
Yeah, that's rough. Chico needs to come in huge now. He's in a position that BOPE is not expecting, but maybe Chico's too caught up with the other fight, with the other side, so this split is going terribly now for YKG. It is all
Ouch.
falling apart.
These nades are so brutal. 24K is lucky to even survive that one. How did that one not hit, though, onto Fuego and Ophelia? That's got to hurt. Fuego, oh, the bank is probably going to be wide open here. Catches 24K, and that is YKG gone.
Man, this was such an easy game for YKG.
What is
Chico got
happening?
caught. He got stuck with Lotus, got taken down, and now you're doing a 4v3 over here. And it's such a strong compound to win out the match. Like, I get splits when it's not a strong position. You want to maximize your elimination points. But from that position, you stay alive as 4, you will get those points. And you will maybe even get the chicken dinner. So that is YKG dropping the ball huge, in my opinion.
I got to agree. I got to agree. This should have been their game to win. I mean, they can't be losing fights to, forgive me, BOPE in this kind of situation if they want to be a squad that really gets it going. Meanwhile, we're going to watch PASSIONFRUIT on the south side. All right, pushing up. And remember, folks, all of our prediction was YKG. We all predicted YKG to get top 3, and they did. Skills of Mine. This is a duo that has the zone so pretty, but Zuko and Squad has their number here with this angle. They're going to have to be, they're in big trouble. Here comes Lotus.
Yeah. Here comes the push. They're coming in. Lotus and PASSIONFRUIT at the same time. They're already out of there. Skills of Mine taken out.
Oh,
But the third party maybe now for PASSIONFRUIT. I don't know if they realize one of the Lotus players is not going to stop short. Not going to push any further. Fishy doing as much as he can to suppress the push.
Lotus just trying to edge on into the zone, and Juancho on the south side doing a great job. PASSIONFRUIT are doing a great job of defending this, you know, and they have the most circle priority here. Lotus does, but they have so many teams behind them that they can't focus on it. Now that Lotus pushed up, this is the time for PASSIONFRUIT to be killed. I think they think that, yeah.
He's
Wow.
got 3 from that position. He already
What a
took down
shot.
2 from the elimination feed. This one man is holding back the 4-man team of BOPE. All 3 knocks right there. Is Lotus gonna get aggressive now? Anders like, I got 3, I got 3. And they know BOPE needs to push into them.
Let's see what Lotus is gonna do. This is what you're supposed to. Just throw all the utility you have. The zone's closing. Honestly, that nade,
Huge.
wow. Rock solid. Just hits the mark. And now BOPE are done for. Oh, Wall Street Bets.
Oh, I love that angle.
Look at that. Chat G saying, mine. I'll take these points all day long.
Oh, yeah. Chat G doing a really good job. The team's got the zone on lock. Hey, we don't need all 4 if nothing's happening. Chat G looking for opportunity points right there. Picks up 1. Could have had more. K19 down to the 1. And Tuki was last up. He gets taken out. K19 go down with 10 eliminations. So now it's a 3-way fight with all 3 teams with 4 up.
PASSIONFRUIT's getting a little bit too scary for me. They're putting themselves in kind of a tough position. Zuko is pushed up, but I think they could have taken way more
Nice
real
shots.
estate. The whole team should be right where he is right now to push up against Lotus. Their back is up against the wall. This pre-fire through the smoke is disgusting, and this Molotov might just do it here. Oh yeah, Zuko had to hesitate a little bit from that, but that nade is gonna do it. That's Lotus Esports eliminated. Great job for PASSIONFRUIT dominating this circle.
Yeah, all the meanwhile, Juancho found a pick of his own. Getting 2 right
Juancho!
there. It's already done. It's down to just 1 of Wall Street Bets. PASSIONFRUIT up to 11 jukes out of nowhere. 11 eliminations. Make that 12, make that 13. They're going to close this one out. Jat G, 1 HP and a dream, but that dream is going to turn into a nightmare. DBS in his face. It is done. PASSIONFRUIT with all 4 players alive. Get the winner chicken dinner and a massive amount of elimination points.
And mark my words, this is the beginning for Juancho, okay? Juancho is gonna start popping off starting right now. Baker's dozen of elimination, 13. Man, I'll tell you what, this squad, they have so much potential. They did a great job right there. I think they took a little bit more time than they should have to really kind of control that circle. But at the end of the day, it worked, right? It worked perfectly. Big Nate getting it done right there. Trip getting it done as well. Wow, 5 eliminations for him in K19.
Yeah, Trip definitely showing up huge for the team. He probably got most, if not all of those from that compound crash where we had 2 teams go out. A PASSIONFRUIT, you said this is their time. They're doing it now. And they're on an upward trajectory, for sure. Week 1 was abysmal. They made a change, switched out 6-list. I think for BULUC, BULUC came in, and it just took a few games. And now they're doing way better. Can they hold that trajectory, though? Because following a game up after chicken dinner will be tough.
Well, let's see if they can, guys. No more action coming right up, right after these highlights.
PASSIONFRUIT taking home a victory and a ton of eliminations behind it. This is the PASSIONFRUIT I swear we've been talking about this entire event so far. We just haven't seen it come to light too often. It was in the second half of the week in Phase 1, and it seems to be the second half of the week here in Phase 2. A fantastic match nonetheless. And even, what was your thoughts?
Yeah, you know, they played a little bit unconventionally, right? The meta for Vikendi, because of its like nature to center and center and center, is obviously playing center, right? Trying to get that best position as close as possible to the center. But, you know, they played a little bit different. They didn't have the right timings to claim any good spots, so they decided to play edge. I think they cleared their edges really well. They had some nice aggressive moments that, you know, it would have been a mistake if they hadn't. And, you know, they thought ahead, cleared their edge, and had a nice entry into zones afterwards, and, you know, seized all their opportunities. So very well played edge game from them.
Okay, let's take a look at the match rankings here and so many points they got. Well, we know how many points they got, 23. But more importantly, how many the other teams got as well, because the PASSIONFRUIT are still trying to climb up this leaderboard here and look towards those bonus points later on. K19, 10 eliminations, 4 placements. K19's a team I feel like we don't really talk about too much, but when we talk about them, there's typically a decent amount of eliminations behind them. Though I think they've shown hesitancy in the past to like make the rotations or make the plays that they need to in a timely fashion.
Yeah, you know, this game for them was kind of just this was a very typical Vikendi thing, right? When you get that hard shift off of you and there's so many compounds, they basically had to force some compound fights. That did go their way, but they lost, you know, every now and then. At first they lost HH, and it kind of stacked up on them, and eventually it made it so that they weren't able to win the game. You know, they kind of got chipped away as they had to take these compounds fight. And that's one of the key things in Vikendi. Like, you really have to try and keep 4 up in these like tense, like gritty CQC fights. That it's really hard to manage that. But not a bad game from them. Yeah, all things considered.
Yeah, taking on, I think it was like team after team. I think they fought Excuse and Super Laser Reflex and of course HH24. Well, he kind of got a little bit of trouble with his team. If I remember back into that one. Taking a look down the list here, YKG, this is the kind of surprising one, right? YKG struggled for some reason in the kind of split they had, right? They were fighting against BOPE, except there's only 3 of them. It was Chico off to a side, kind of holding off Canadian Dragon, why do I call them Dragons? Drago, I keep thinking of Canadian Eagles, and of course LOTUS. But they had that 3-1 split, and I think you were theorizing, which I think Zute kind of mentioned as well, is I think you're saying that you think that Chico is potentially trying to hold off LOTUS so they didn't third party on the the rest of his team. But either way, it didn't work out, right? They got kicked out of the lobby pretty quickly there.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where it's like, okay, I'm trying to understand what his thought is. It's like, all right, maybe he's scared of LOTUS coming in with that third party if he comes and regroups with his team, and then, you know, they'll lose either way. But, you know, yeah, he's kind of sealing his fate. You know, at a certain point, you have to say, all right, you know, my team's it's not going well. He has to come and support. I think he had a lot of time there where he had that opportunity and he didn't take it because you know, it was a slow fight. It was a compound fight and they had lots of stalling going on. So I didn't like how that was played. I see what he was going for, but definitely did not work out whatsoever. At some point, you kind of got to give up, and like.
And you saw him try to like regroup, but then it was like Lotus knew he was running away, so they chased after him. But let's take a look though at PASSIONFRUIT. Let's go back to this team here, who has again had a phenomenal match, and a match that they kind of needed as well to build up the momentum within the team. And well, I know Hotchooks loves him some momentum. So you want at 4 eliminations, Zuko and Nate all on 4 apiece, and BULUC. The guy that you said you could take in a fight at 1 elimination if people were watching the other day. But watch it, yeah, picking up 821 damage. And again, like, we've seen Nate in the past here on some teams, the Panthers last season. Once the momentum gets going, like, his teams become really hard to stop.
Yeah, it looks like I could take him in a fight in game 2. Only 1 kill when the rest of his team's putting out numbers like that. A little disappointing. No, I'm kidding. But
okay, all right.
They played a very good edge game right here. It's a really nice, really nice eliminations opportunities. That's kind of the nature of teams that play edge, right? You have to take a lot more fights. You have to clear your sides a lot better to ensure your survival into the next rotations, as opposed to a more centered team, right? Where they get a lot of zones, they can kind of turtle, and they can kind of like, they don't get as many opportunities. They're playing for more of a late game, a more positional placement type of game, which is the kind of game that, man, it's slipping out of my mind now. The other team stats that we were going to compare.
Wall Street Bets?
Wall Street Bets? Yes, that is exactly right. They, grouped up and took a power position on the left side of the city, and then took their opportunities to rotate at the very last possible moment. Took I believe it was YKG's position from after them, and they got into that late game. It worked out for them. They didn't get quite as many elimination opportunities as we can see here, right? Kind of lower numbers, but they got into that late game and they had their shot for the chicken dinner and the high placement points. And those are kind of the 2 comparing styles that you can see, right? Edging is a lot more difficult to execute. You got to get a lot more elimination opportunities, whereas in the center, you can kind of turtle, play for that late game. Just two different strategies that reflect differently in the statistics. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I think WSB got a little bit lucky as well, because BOPE was actually like right behind them towards these later stages, but they eventually rotated counterclockwise away from them, and they kind of maybe saved them a little bit earlier on. But either way, I mean, still, I guess some okay eliminations for the team, considering they were on the last page here of our top 20 teams, or our 20 teams.
Yeah,
it was nice to see them at least have a decent match, because again, they need to step up here. They were looking good in week 1, to be honest, but not sure what's necessarily going on here in week 2. But maybe we even have time to see our overalls. I know we kind of saw it in the last match, but we have the time. We might as well look at to see if things have maybe changed as well. Zen Hyper obviously out this match, didn't have to play this one, 128 points. Extreme Slayers, I have to say, man, they've been unfortunately a little bit disappointing here in this second half of the week. Well, I would even say this week they've been a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, these are some really low points coming out. I mean, it's kind of the same old, right? And Hyper's just playing consistent, as I said they were, right? They're continuing to build on their lead, which is exactly what they should be doing, and everyone else is really not showing up. I think Extreme Slayers played fairly decent at the start of the week, but today, I don't think we've seen anything from them. They're still up there in second place because nobody's playing super consistent right now, other than Hyper. So it's kind of like very volatile. You see the point difference from second place to 8th isn't too high, right? One game can shoot BOPE Esports up to second place in theory. So yeah, kind of just the Hyper show this week. That's it.
Yeah, just a big gap being built between first and second, where previously it was like top 3 in the rest. But we're not seeing YKG up here, Extreme Slayers.
Yep.
Yeah, not really performing as well as they did in week 1. Then again, they had 3 chicken dinners on day 2 last week. And even Execute, 73 points. Like, they're still chugging along here, but you can see WSB able to move off the bottom of the page here into 13th. YKG currently sitting in 12th. And Canatine, even with the results they had there, they have a 7-point advantage over MEZEXIS, trying to get themselves into the bonus points, but they need to get onto that first page if they want to have a chance to even just get 1 bonus point, which, to be fair, 1 point can mean the difference.
I mean, it's happened before, right? Happened to Zute. And Zute's team, he was, I think, 1 point shy of qualifying, and then something happened, and he was able to actually go to PMGC off of 1 point bug or something that he found, and he managed to get that point. So yeah, 1 point can make a difference. It's not too much, but you know, a team like this that's at the bottom, I think they will take any advantage that they can get coming into the finals for sure.
Well, I still want to see more out of Super Laser Reflex too. I mean, last season they were basically a completely different team. This season they have a lot of heavy hitters on the roster, but we're just not seeing, I don't know what it is to kind of blend together. I mean, you basically have the Chosen there, and the Chosen were a pretty decent team, but they were seeing SLR unfortunately be consistently here in the second to third page on our second week. But we're going to be going into another Erangel, so we at least have that going for us, right? Our last Erangel, YKG was able to take the victory. This is YKG's last match of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Are you willing to bet every single prediction point you have on YKG winning this match?
That would be a fool's bet. I'm not gonna lie. If I had to bet, I would guess on another low performance, honestly.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna find out here as we head over to our commentators and ask the question. Since apparently I asked weird questions, if you were a car, what kind of car would you be?
Oh boy, what kind of car would I be? I wouldn't be a car at all. I'd be a truck. You know what I'm saying? Good old American pickup truck. And ready to go whenever you need. Ready to help your friends out in case you need to move. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Haul hopefully YKG to a chicken dinner. Just hook them up to the good old ball and chain back there. So the question is, Azute. Now that you know my answer, what is yours? What would you
I'm
do?
gonna change the question up a little bit. If you
Oh,
had a,
what?
if you had to be a vehicle that's inside the game,
Oh yeah?
yeah, skins don't count. You gotta pick like Dacia, US.
BRDM. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. That's
right. Because I'm a big boy. I work on land, and I'm also very buoyant, so I can float in the water. You know what I'm saying?
That's. I don't think there's a better pick for you, Jukes. You would definitely be that VRDM. Let's see.
What about you?
I guess I'd be the buggy, right?
Yeah, good old. I can see it. Very mobile,
nimble, fast. I can't carry too much weight. I don't have like a ton of muscles to carry too many people. But not like a skinny zoomer either for motorcycles. So I'd be I'd be the buggy.
All right.
Yeah. Also my favorite vehicle in the game, the buggy.
I like it. I feel like Jason would be a moped. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because even though he's American, he looks very European.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You can see him on it, just kind of going from
with a helmet
place
on.
to place, go getting himself some baguettes. You know what I'm saying? With Max Band on the back. I can see it.
Yeah. Definitely the moped.
I love it. I love it. And then I think,
He'd be the bicycle.
Yeah, the bicycle for sure. For sure. Pedaling away to victory. And then 7, monster truck. Hands down. Because he's just so tall.
Facts.
I love
Factual.
it. I love it. Let's see how this game's gonna get going. Let's get into the game, baby. As we look at butterfly effect next to Canadian Eagles. Honestly, Canadian Eagles to me, a very impressive day for them.
Yes,
they have had some really great plays. Drago especially has popped off. So I'm hoping to see that continue. This is a tough spot for them. Really tough. Oh yeah, they're completely caught out. And going from a solid start to really getting caught in bad positions. This is tough.
Not sure why that player was running over in the open. Like maybe so he obviously didn't know where he was, but off drop. Look at the parachutes. Where could the enemy be off drop? You just don't make that cross in the open. Drago, he's only got a pistol. Pistol versus DBS.
He's Drago.
Close range.
He's Drago.
Oh, he saw it.
He knows the pistol he's done for. And 2v1. And 2v1. Oh, it's okay. All right. I held my breath for a second. You need that extended mag in that pistol. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was wild.
Canadian Eagles losing 2 already, man. That's what it is. You get great games and then you just fall flat. on your face. We haven't even touched on the circle because this one is interesting, Jukes. We have 50-50. It's, oh, no, okay, not 50. I'm stretching. Like 60-40. Like a good chunk of it is on military base, and more of it is on the main island. But if the circle centers up, could see a bridge finish, farm finish.
Let's go.
Might even go down to military base at the last couple of shifts. This could get very interesting.
Give me a bridge finish. You know what I'm saying? Especially with these new bridges. I love to see them. They're a great place to contest now. Now that you have those little scaffoldings attached to them on the sides, definitely adds a whole new dynamic to the bridge. So I would love to see a bridge finish here on this one, see how teams decide to play it. We've seen a couple engagements on there towards end game in the past, but I want to see one today. Rin saying, oh, this is taken.
Oh!
Fuego?
He shot Koi out the car. Wow.
Oh, and
the
Thirst's gone. Oh, that hurts.
Fuego.
That hurts.
Shooting
Dude, BOPE has been like the Titan destroyer today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh! Oh, and he's gonna catch Rin. He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him.
Almost caught
Oh,
Rin. With a DP at that range, those bullets are like traveling like slugs. Figuratively and kind of literally. Okay, my point is they hit really hard like slugs, you know, like, but they're very slow at distance. So for him to get those shots in, wow, and Hyper losing a player early on in rotations. We haven't seen this in a long, long time, but it still happens, you know, it still happens.
man. Crazy to see. Crazy to see. But you know what? I'll allow it. I'll give in Hyper one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They've done so well that I'll allow it. I'll say, you know what? Okay, you get one. And sometimes you get a little bit too flexible in this lobby, and I think sometimes you need to get checked here and there. So I think that was a good check for them to say, hey, you know what? Even though you did that relatively safe, you could always do it safer. I love this Panda US. That is so sick. I want it. Do you have this US? No, you don't.
That is a panda.
Look at it.
It's two
Little
pandas,
panda up on
actually.
top. Oh my goodness.
And there's a big panda, and then there's a
Little
little
baby panda. Oh, there's about to be a little panda destroyed right now, and his name is Zo3K.
Oh, he's not moving a muscle. He's been giving the info to his team though this whole time. Like, hey.
Oh no, not like gun swap. That's an audio cue. Yep, he knows. Yep, Zo heard the gun swap. He heard the gun swap and he's gone. But that is not the US that's doing it. He's shimmying. Serpentine. He's going right. He's going left. Kubi misses the shots and he is out of there.
The serpentine.
The serpentine, bro. Serpentine. Always works.
The DP, man, the bullets are so slow. You have to like lead those shots by a mile. They're not easy to hit, but they hurt when they do hit. You'll make it out, and teams are starting to kind of center up here. You see a lot of teams hesitating though, because they don't know if it's going to go military base still.
Yeah, it could go there. And I hope to see it go there. That would make things a lot more interesting. You still see some teams kind of taking that north side position just in case PASSIONFRUIT. Puppeteers are up there as well. And YKG is still coming from the side of Primorse, trying to figure out where do we want to go, because they can take that bridge down south.
Yep.
They can go up north as well. So a lot of options for them. As we see PASSIONFRUIT take this spot right here beside Shelter, just north of it. And as far as teams that still need to make a long rotation, MEZEXIS, Ace of Spades. Man, Ace of Spades is all the way up in the north by shooting range, hunting down Trick from Execute.
Gotta get them points. And yeah, Trick is really far separated from the rest of the squad. Wondering what's happening there. And, oh, one other team I want to point out here is... Hold on, wait. Let me make sure that's the right team. Yeah, BULUC, the team that just crossed the bridge. They're going to be in a nice spot for the rest of the game. If it does keep centering, you can see them right there, the yellow, right north of Butterfly Effect. That's a position where you could get a lot of points if the zone keeps closing there.
Well, let's see. Let's see what the play is going to be. Where's the zone going to go? Center up, baby. Center on up to that bridge. It sure does. Couldn't ask for him anything more dead center. Okay. All right. So all these teams, your farm, Milta, are going to be big chilling. You can see YKG on the push with MEZEXIS right alongside them. So we got to be careful on that end. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect is still down south, and they're most likely going to have to push up north here soon. Tons of congestion. We're definitely going to see some players lost here in the next few moments.
Yeah, there's so many compounds in that zone too. Like a whole city is still in that zone. So if it goes east, we could end up over there with tons of buildings to play in. Here's YKG on that western rotation. They're gonna just slowly work their way in. You realize what kind of zone this is. And it's a tough one to break into from the west side because you're gonna just be passing through compounds, buildings constantly. Yeah, you can see right here, SJat, they have to clear everything and make sure they're not just driving as free targets for other teams to shoot.
Oof, and meanwhile, let's look at this as XEZ. This guy's eyes downrange. Hard scoping. This is the definition of a hard scope, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Just look at his catch. Someone's slipping, and he ain't gonna, because, I mean, ain't no one, I think, silly enough to crest that hill at this time with this many people in this next circle. We are seeing some players go out, though. Trick going down to the blue zone all the way up north. Hate to see that right there. Meanwhile, rest of Execute did make it all the way on down to the prison side of things. And we're going to keep an eye over here, right here at this bridge dead center, as BULUC CHABTAN is going to park. Honestly, we're not going to see a shot here for the next like 5 minutes.
Yeah, no one wants to risk taking a fight when you're center zone like that. The third party is like right around the corner. More action will happen on the outside of the zones as teams are still slowly making their way in. There is a lot of real estate, right? So teams don't even have to fight, and they can still find a decent position. And I think that's kind of what the lobby's feeling out right now.
Hey, you know, just kind of playing a little safe, know what I'm saying? Play a little safe, not trying to make any mistakes. That's why we're starting to see these teams on the move and why they rotate so early on. Definitely paying off for so many of these squads. As Puppeteers, still waiting to see some more from them today. They're in a good position in the circle, though, so I'm looking forward to see how they do it. Uh-oh, YKG versus NHyper. And they do get the thirst on the GK first, so I wonder if YKG, especially knowing where they're at points-wise against them, aren't going to turn things up another notch. Because if I were them, definitely that should be the play.
Yeah, they know it's a 4v2 also, because nothing was happening in the elimination feed when the first player of NHyper went out. So everybody knows NHyper's down to 3, and they just picked up the second one. Definitely go aggressive, find the last 2, eliminate them, take them out. I think it's more important for YKG to take out NHyper versus getting points. They need to do both.
Yeah. Yep.
But denying points from NHyper, I think, is more on the latter of what's going to help them pass them up in the long term.
Honestly, if you're YKG, who cares about first place at this point, right? The only first place that matters is on the PMGC points leaderboard. So, you know, eliminating NHyper should have been the bigger priority, right? Just take them out. You know, even if you get third place here with some points, you outflank them. But instead, opting to play it safe. Maybe they said, okay, we did enough for, you know, to cripple NHyper. We'll let them, you know, figure it out from there. We'll let another team take them out. And we'll put some points on the board ourselves. So, interesting strategy. You know, for me, that's, you know, putting your luck in somebody else's hands rather than in your own. You know what I'm saying? But maybe they felt that it was just too risky to make that push, and they didn't do it. But 24K got that Kara 98, baby, and he's putting it to work.
Yeah, nice shots right there from him. Didn't see it, though, didn't catch it, but he's putting the shots in. And it's hard to say, though, if YKG pushed or not. NHyper might have been really split, and the second they got knocked, they just ejected it out of there. Because I do see YKG grouped up, and they look like they pushed up in the position that NHyper was. We didn't have the camera on them the whole time, but either way, that's a big pickup for YKG. Now they need to close it out. Like, do better, pick up the points. We saw on Vikendi, they couldn't get it done when that was the prime time for them to get it done.
Prime time indeed. All right, let's see what the play is going to be here. Who's going to win this match? Who's going to get... who will win this match? That's the question for all you guys watching right now. I would love to see your predictions in chat. All you in-chat IGLs, right? Is Fake going to get taken out, or is he going to survive? What do you think the odds are on that, Zute?
Oh, man. He's going to, like, maybe survive for one more zone? but they don't
One
have
more
much to. Yeah, they don't have much to play with whatsoever coming in from this north side. It is looking rough out here if you don't control like the dominant high ground, because then you're just kind of cowering in little corners of the circle.
Ah, we're missing the Ace and K19 fight because those guys are going at it all the way by Milts of Power. And here we go. We're going to keep an eye on it now. Players knocked on both sides. You got Trip all the way in the blue zone. This is stage 3, so he can't afford to eat some of this blue. But he has a laser sight on. That's something he needs to take off immediately.
It's a nice
Take it
aesthetic.
off.
Nice
Doesn't
aesthetic
work.
for long range.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't work. Don't work at long range. I don't know why. Well, let's see.
Circle. Ooh, that's a hard one.
Goodness, that's tough, especially for Ace and K19. Like, they need to get this fight done immediately. Honestly, Ace just needs to leave. They just need to leave. Canadian Eagles need to get on in, and you can see Butterfly like taking the bridge, right? They realize that, hey, we got to push up through here. They do have D knocked, and they're using those scaffolding and vehicles to try and push up every single way they can. Honestly, we need to see the rest of YKG get towards Joey, though, and they need to do it fast.
YKG definitely have a lot of info in on this zone with that spread. Joey, he's going to hold it down as a solo, though. So Joey, very disciplined player. He has to make sure he takes his peekings and timings perfectly so he doesn't get knocked there. He's still applying the pressure onto Butterfly Effect, and they'll get that revive. So no point for the side of YKG. And Joey still moving back and forth. Trying to get as much info, gets tagged up just a little bit. Makes it back down to safety.
Wow. Alrighty then. Yeah, I mean, that's really huge because Joey and his angle, if he gets knocked, it's GG. He's done for. So I'm shocked not to see the rest of the YKG team there with him, though. Or at least another player. Because this 3-1 split, I think, is very, very dangerous. His position's solid. It is pretty rock solid, but maybe Chico and squad are waiting because maybe they feel the rotation up north through Lotus is a better option.
Yeah, I mean, they're just splitting for that info. 2v2 or 2-2 split, yeah, it'd be a little bit more comfortable, but hey, they trust in Joey for that 3-1, and they're keeping their options open on getting the info to rotate, towards Joey on next shift or north of Joey, right? Through the way Lotus are sitting at that you just mentioned. So we'll see very soon, though, as the circle is closing. More players slowly getting taken out. Fate, last one up with just barely any scrap of land, barely any scrap of cover for him to work with. And that smoke is probably the only thing that's really keeping him alive.
Oh, boy. And we're seeing the shots start to rain out here as we're looking at Milta right now. Canadian Eagles trying to push through Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades trying to do their best defense, but I'll tell you what, Canadian Eagles have had the best defense all day long today. The squad's been going absolutely crazy. So let's see what the play is here. This is match number 4. Still one more to go after this, guys. So we'll see who's going to end up with the most points on the day. As you see, Kindness catch Valak there in the feed. And that's actually going to be MEZEXIS eliminated. So unbelievable to see Hyper still putting up points, even when they only had 2 players up.
Yeah, that's crazy. This is something Hyper is just able to do constantly. Whenever they lose players, 1 or 2, they can still manage 1, 2, 3, maybe even more points. So just such an experienced team. All the members. Ace of Spades pushing up. Canadian Eagles defense is starting to shatter. It is just down to Quinn. Maybe they need Drago for that defense. And look at this position, and Hyper snapped up for themselves. That's a wild rotation for them to make from the northeast. They make it in, and they take the spot. They only have 2, but that should be in zone on the next shift, Jukes.
Wow. Well, let's see where the shift's going to go. Okay, yep, it definitely is. And somehow, Hyper go back to the position they were at earlier, where YKG ended up taking them out. That was pretty wild to see. So, Hyper as a duo. I mean, these guys rotationally are geniuses. I mean, it's so crazy to see what they get away with here in this lobby.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to me that they're that good at rotating. I don't think any other team could make that ping pong back and forth as a duo and still survive with 2 in a great spot. We'll see how the rest of the game plays out. Quinn picking up 1 point right there for Ace of Spades. Falling back, changing the angles. Ace of Spades down to 2. Quinn. Oh no, don't trap yourself up here. He's got to
Don't do it.
manage to
Don't
play a
do
little
it.
bit of aggressive, not just full defense, because if he's full defense up there, nades, mollies, they're coming in. That smoke is going to help him give some room, though, to play up. Sprays through the smokes, no shots hit. Big Bay pushes in.
Quinn!
The hop through the window! Oh, ace of spades. Not looking good.
Quinn, previously Steve-O, absolutely crushing it. That Molly's going to be good, too. Oh, no, the blue zone's coming, and he knows it. Blinky Bay said, all right, you know what? I'm going to let Papa Boo do the job for me. As Quinn is completely stuck. He's going to have to get this first aid off. How many does he have? Only
Just the
one. That's brutal. So he's got to run immediately. Has no choice. And, wow, Blinky Bay just saying, oh, you know what? I ain't got to worry. I ain't got to worry at all. But Butterfly Effect
Oh, he
is
gets
starting to
taken
put the push onto BULUC CHABTAN. Did he?
Yeah, Big Bay got taken out.
Wow, Quinn. And
I don't
Quinn
know if
goes
it's by
down.
Quinn.
Well, I'll tell you what, Quinn does go down to the play zone, though. So that is going to be it right now. But which team will win the match, Zute? I want to know what your prediction is because we are getting close here. YKG pushing up for the third party on to BULUC CHABTAN. And here come the Molotovs. Here comes the utility. Both these teams are in big trouble.
YKG. Looking to clean things out a little bit more. 24K is knocked. Those nades coming in. Chico down to 1 HP. They only have 2 players to contend with here. The off-angle support on that far ridgeline side is already set up. They just need to make sure YKG does not get thirsted here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Joey putting in a lot of suppressive fire in the shots.
Minor. Wow.
Through the smoke. Just lasered him.
Laser. YKG just seeing off-kilter synergy-wise. Like, the positions they're putting themselves in, their body spots just seem way too risky, way too spread out. And I hope that YKG is not suffering from the execute curse of just doing too much.
That was a hard revive to get either way. I think on pull-up, he got knocked. And there was quite a lot of enemies here. But let's see how they play this one. I'll give them that one, because you can't win every single fight without losing a single player, right? It happens. But if this goes messy now in a 3v2, yeah, that's bad. That's real bad.
Dude, they need to push that. They need to push the envelope here. This zone's about to shift, and the longer they wait, the less time they have. They have no intel on who's where the next zone is going to be free. Now, they're going to have to cross this road. They know it. So I think you just send Joey in here and apply that pressure, and you're just going to have to clear this building.
Looks like they are going to
Joey-
move up. As
Joey
only
can't cross
2.
the road. Joey cannot cross the road. This is just dire.
They see the compound across
Just leave.
the road is open, though. They could just get in front of them, or they could take the fight. And pushing by
So that
himself.
was lucky. That was so lucky.
Yeah, pushing
he
by
won that.
himself.
Pushing by yourself there, so risky, and he did so. If you would have gotten knocked, he's instantly thirsted. Joey finally coming up to the mix. Oh, nice little DBS shots right there. Joey ain't saying, you ain't gonna have it twice. Now here they come, timing-wise. They shoot out the door. Here comes the pre-fire. He has the AK. Taking too much time. Oh, but it doesn't matter. It's a Jat. Does win it. Now, I will say, those were each 1v1s. You know what I'm saying? Each one of those was a 1v1. That's a little bit too close for comfort from my perspective. But at the end of the day, it's YKG. 6 eliminations on the south side. 3 players up. They can still get this done.
They could get it done. Problem is, and Hyper could get it done too. And Hyper's still in this game with the 2. And they are chilling. There's no one on their side of the circle.
Wow. Unbelievable. I mean, this is what I was saying, right? Why would you put it into Hyper's hands? Why would you risk it? Why wouldn't you get it done yourself? And now all you're going to do is watch Hyper get more points on the board. Placement points. And you can be like, oh yeah, this is only 1, 2, 3 placement points. But that's all it takes to be the difference from going to PMGC and staying home.
Yep. I'd say just throwing it out there. I know this match is still going on, but maybe YKG should just start hot dropping in Hyper.
It could. I mean, it has to start eventually if you're going to let them keep running away with things like this. Honestly, it's too risky not to. But we'll see. We'll see if that's going to be the play or what is the best option. YKG are trying to push up here. This is a tough circle. There's a lot of open terrain here. Joey's there on that off angle. All they have is that little hill, but they have perfect sightlines on BOPE, and they're utilizing it. Rack up all the elimination points that you can get, because you're going to need them.
Definitely do. They can push in as 3 to the next circle, too. It's going to be a difficult push, but man, Joey's hitting his shots right there.
Oh, yes, he is.
Delia, last one up. Might just deny the points. Yeah, he's sitting in that blue zone. Or, no, he might be in zone. Just on that very edge. No, he's not. That's why he's taking the buggy. Going for the mad dash.
It's a
drive.
jet! Wow, why didn't he go for the tires? Instead, going for the headshot. I'll tell you what, guys, when it comes to those buggies, tires are always the priority. It only takes 3 shots, and he spun out and not going anywhere. Versus going for the headshot and giving him the chance of getting away. Something that I think we need to see more of in NA.
Next zone, shifting, and it centers right up. That does mean YKG will have to push, though. They have to take this fight, and it could go horribly wrong. They only have 3. SLR is there on the defense, but SLR is still playing split up. I think they need to adjust their defense setup just a little bit. They should know YKG has a decent amount of players up. They might not know how many, but they could hear the amount of gunshots coming out from that South Hillside. They should adjust their numbers accordingly. See what happens. It's a Jat. Oh, man. Aware of all of their angles before they start making push. Smoking out this angle before they push, that's a very smart idea right there.
Yes, definitely. You want to use all that utility you can, give yourself every advantage at the end of this game, because things are starting to heat up. Fetty instantly jumping in that buggy, ready to go at a moment's notice, because he's going to have to push into this next circle. Tons of eliminations on the board. 4-1-2 Nomads having the beautiful circle. They got blessed big time in the north side here, and they're doing a great job of executing, right? They have 8 eliminations so far. This is what we want to see from teams that get those solid positions, those lucky zones, right? You got to take full advantage of it.
Yep. Oh, here comes the push. YKG. They're all in the cars, and they're actually going to push to the west side off of that knock and Thursday got, so I like that. They don't have too much info on SLR. It could be a 4-man team for all they know, so they know there's only 3 from the side they knock, so they're going to slowly work that side instead. And Hyper getting pushed finally by Lotus. It's all down to Fishy, and then Hyper, they just don't stop.
Wow. Lotus Esports eliminated. And Hyper still alive, still putting up points. They are not stopping indeed. Here comes 4-1-2 on the offense, though. Great use of utility here. Nice job catching Rin. And he's going to get eliminated. Now it's just Kindness into Shaq. I mean, that is probably one of the worst players you want to go up against, but even Kindness has its limits.
Yeah, it was actually Joey from the backside that took down the Hyper player. So
nice
Joey
point.
Definitely wanting... Oh, Joey finding Kindness as well.
Wow.
Yeah, Joey's mad.
That's huge.
Joey wants these points, especially if it's on in Hyper.
Yeah.
Take out another squad. 9 points.
I think he's mad indeed. I think he saw Hyper putting more points on the board.
It's like, they're still alive?
Like, he's like, what are we doing? Right? What are we doing? Like, how did we let them get more points in this game? So I'm glad that he shut that down right then and there. So they're comfortable, right? Everything after this is one step closer to that PMGC ticket.
They need more points, though.
Need more, a lot more.
There's quite a few more to be had here. Next zone did pop, by the way, and YKG still has a circle on their side, on their backside. See, as a Jet has to readjust just a little bit here. And I think everyone's just going to chill out in this zone. Everyone's in the zone. It's closing in. They're going to wait for the final circle.
Final circle indeed. What is it going to come down to? Who's going to win this game? YKG, they're in a very, very tough spot here, because if that zone does go north, well, actually, they can go through those buildings there, right? They have to push through SLR. It's not going to be the easiest push in the world, but they still have an angle. I think going through 4-1-2 is going to be way too risky. They have so much vision here that they're going to apply that pressure. So we'll see how, I think YKG realizes it, that, you know what, going this way through the buildings is the only way.
Oh, BOPE can't finish. We're down to the last 3 teams, all 3 with only 3 players up. SLR have held this compound down, putting in work along with with 4 eliminations on his own. Circle, closing, crunching. It's going to be a 3-way showdown.
3-way showdown. All right. Who is going to win this match? 4-1-2. I do like this. Look at this. 10 eliminations. Remember that first Aaron Gale today? Where they had the zone and they won it with what? Just only a few?
4 or 5.
Yeah, like 4 or 5. Now they realized what their mistake was, and they're putting in that work. I love this push here. I love this, right? Take away YKG. Yes, take away YKG's angles. Utilize your utility. This is how you win games.
Yeah, that was huge. Joey going down, taken out. YKG down to just the 1. It is Chico. Last up. And SLR versus 4-1-2, 3v3. And oh, look at this angle though from long. That is disgusting.
Oh my gosh. This
should be
SLR
easy win. Yeah, it should be easy win for SLR.
100%. I love to see what 4-1-2 just did there. That was the perfect play against YKG. YKG took too much time. They waited in the back lines and got fully taken out. Their position was tough. But this is how you do it, folks. This is SLR all day long, baby, with a beautiful chicken dinner to their name as 3 points does go down. Beautifully executed right there. I mean, hey, the zone went to them. They executed perfectly, got some big points on the board. And, hey, got to give a big shout out, of course, to the NOMADS, right? NOMADS put up some serious eliminations in that match.
I think all 3 teams play that really well. SLR, they got the zones, but they closed it out. They didn't choke it. They didn't play too far split where they got crashed and then just taken out 1 by 1. So they got the win. Well deserved. A lot of teams do mess that up. And, of course, 4-1-2. And I would say even YKG. They didn't get the circles, but they put up massive elimination points along the way.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that they allowed in Hyper to get a couple more on the board. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more like active and say, you know what, we got to take these guys out. Long with the most eliminations with 6. All right, let's go SLR. Starting to put in some work. It's about time. It's about time to see them get it done. And the NOMADS as well. A great game. We only have 1 more left to go here, Zoo.
Great adjustment. Great adjustment by NOMADS from the first Aaron Go we saw to this one, and I'm sure they're feeling a lot better not getting the chicken dinner, but getting all those eliminations.
Hey, rack up them points, baby, while you can get them, guys. Don't go anywhere. You know what to do.
Well, uneven. I almost dare you to try to poke any holes in the way SLR defended that and took home a chicken dinner. Do you have any way you could poke into that, or was that just played flawlessly?
No, I mean, there's really nothing to say. I mean, he took the roof control. That's probably like the best play you can make there. I mean, pretty obvious. You know, they took a nice center position. They had priority over. They didn't give up their chance, and then they got blessed, and they didn't mess up. Nothing to say about that. Clean.
All right, go clean. We were talking about SLR even before this match, saying like where they've been. They have people from the Chosen, like 3 players. Long in the team as he was able to step up there, get the most eliminations. And finally, we see SLR get themselves on the boards. We'll take a look at our match rankings here and get an idea of how many points that they got, because every point they can get is desperately needed. 19 coming through for them. But honestly, 412 NOMADS, man, I know I've been given a little bit of like you know, mean words, but they're starting to like really build up some steam.
I mean, yeah, that was a really nicely played game. They had nice northern splits, controlling a whole lot of ground. I don't know why I said thing, but
ground is a thing, so you're not wrong.
True. I think they gave up an early elimination when they had really nice control. That was really an unnecessary mistake that turned them into a 3-man. If they hadn't have done that, I mean, still would have been a very hard siege onto that SLR house, but I really, really hate seeing those fundamental mistakes like that. Like, when you're holding a split, there's no one around you. This also happened to Lotus on the west side. You cannot be giving up eliminations like that. You have to stick to the golden rule. Get 4 people up into that late game. Give yourself the best shot possible. And you see Lotus had a great spot. They had great opportunities, but unfortunately were not able to capitalize at all. Probably largely due to the fact that they gave up an early elimination that was absolutely unnecessary. Could only get 2 points, like you see here. So, stick to the golden rule, man.
Yeah, I mean, you were even saying this. It's like in these lobbies right now, you come into some of these final zones with just 4 people alive, even with 0 eliminations. There's a pretty good chance you're going to be able to pick up a lot of points off of that. Because we saw there, like, there was no teams. Like, I'd even ask, like, did any of these teams even have 4 players left? No, they didn't. There was, I think, like 5, 6, 7 of them. And, you know, on the back of that, what about YKG, though? Because you were watching. It was 412 Nomads, YKG, and SLR left. And you were saying that YKG, they needed to make a quicker play onto 412 before they transition into SLR.
Yeah, it's the same concept we talked about in Sandhawk, right? You can't be waiting for the blue zone, because that just puts that pressure. It also will, obviously, if it touches you, put that extra damage on you. And in a really difficult fight like that, you need a sliver of health can make the difference. You know, it's understandable. It's a top 3 situation, and the jump to top 2 gets you a significant amount of placement points. So they're trying to see, but like once you figure out, all right, nothing's gonna go down. Our best hope is we take out 412 on the west, try to siege SLR with some utility, you know, because crashing SLR, they're gonna stall too long, and 412's gonna clean you up. You just have to go for that 412 fight. They found that eventually, but didn't give themselves much time, and it didn't go their way. But you know, at least they tried, and kind of just got smushed anyway. So not too big of a mistake, but.
The smoke wall was nice, though, at least, right? They threw up a wall to, I guess, block off SLR's vision, so they actually had, like, the fight against just one team, not having to deal with the shots over the top. But it didn't really seem to matter. Though Joey, starting to see him put himself in some really good position, had some really good off angles as well. But let's bounce back to SLR really quick and see their player stats here in this last match, because Long, again, come into the team. 6 eliminations, 900 damage. I mean, the position he had, right, on top of that house, on top of that compound, like, you're not going to dislodge this man from there. And even if you do knock him, well, guess what? It's not going to turn into, like, an elimination.
Yeah. We talked about this a couple days ago as well, right? Like, when that team is all stuck in that center position all game, and they keep getting the zones, there's not a whole lot of elimination opportunities, except for that one guy that's putting himself in the best spot. You know, the rest of the team has to watch the exteriors, has to watch, you know, let's say, you know, you got to cover all 4 directions, right? North, east, south, west. And, you know, wherever Long was looking, that's where the eliminations were. He put himself on that roof, and they can't all do that. So that's why you see, like, oftentimes when a team plays center all game in a nice compound, there's going to be one player that, you know, stands out above the rest. That guy that was in the right spot to farm all those elims. But well played to Long, you know. He didn't mess up. He hit his shots.
You know, when we saw, like, that first zone pop as well, I was, like, really hoping for a lot of battles towards the bridge, which did eventually have happen, and we talked quite a bit. You know, remember Extreme Slayers and talking about controlling the west bridge when we had the military zones. But that means we're going into now our final match of the day. Group A is going to be sitting out. Is it possible to see our participating teams really quickly, just so you guys get an idea of who's going to be in and who's going to be out? Because with YKG out, we know Extreme Slayers is going to be playing this one, and Hyper going to be playing this one. I want to see an Extreme Slayers, like, good performance. I feel like they just haven't shown anything today, unfortunately, which, I mean, they've been playing pretty well this entire event. I think they're allowed to have one bad match, but this is starting to worry me a bit for them because they have been one of our more consistent teams.
Yeah, I think they're probably falling behind into the top 3 now. But yeah, a little quiet today. Let's see if they can, you know, step up, get some big elimination games like they like to do. Yeah. You know, it'd be right on track.
Yeah, and we're not going to see our participating teams because we're going to talk about Monster Energy, official engineering partner here at PMPL NA. You guys can grab one and unleash your beast. And also let us know how maybe you even drink a monster by tweeting to us with the hashtag or post on Instagram with the hashtag PMPL NA. We like to hear how you guys watch our show and, of course, who your favorite talent is here on the show. But we all know it's not going to be me. So over to our favorite talents, though. It's Hot Drinks and Zute. Takes us into our final match here of our day.
Participating teams, precipitating teams, dude, you know, precipitating teams. All right, you know what? Let's make it rain, baby. Let's make it rain in the desert. Let's get it going. I am excited, but also sad, Zute. You wanna know why?
Why are you sad?
No question. What was Jason's question?
Oh yeah.
throwing.
He did say he was gonna ask more and more weirder questions.
Let's see
as
if
the
I
show
can.
goes on.
Let's see if I can talk to the sky and get his question into my ear. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Let's see, because I want to see what he can come up with here now that he has all of this extra time as a host. Look at us go. Look at us go. Here, zone, the plane, dead center. Beautiful plane path, actually. Really nice one. Up also a little bit off the beaten path, but still in range for teams to go ahead and find a vehicle and get there. So that is something that we like to see. And very what?
Oh, I thought you were saying that's a thing we like to see, and I was like, yes, we very like to see that.
We do. Yeah, I was like, yes, we do.
Oh, hold on, hot drop though.
Oh,
K19 and Wall Street Bets, and Picado again.
Ooh!
And ooh,
It's about time.
like it.
It's about. I was about to say, I'm so excited. We're not seeing another Southern Circle. We've seen it for so many days in a row. That Minas del Valle finish. But now we're going up to the north, baby. We're heading to El Pozo, Crater Fields, maybe even La Cobreria. That would be fun to watch. As we're looking at that hot drop, Wall Street Bets, K19, Pecado, Sin City. Let's see who's going to end out on top.
Man, one of them already getting the upper hand. It is going to be indeed side of Wall Street Bets getting the opening knock onto. Wait,
Wow.
it's HH24. We can't see it on the screen, but I'm taking a wild guess. It's HH24 knocked. Is it? It is HH24 knocked.
HH getting knocked early. Oh no. But that enrages the team. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That enrages the team. Now K19's getting aggressive. Let's see if they can take out Wall Street Bets and avenge their boy. They do end up picking HH24 back up. We do see Speedfire in the feed getting them, getting some working against SLR early on. And HH looking for something in his hand. I love that skin, by the way. Look at that. On fire. It's on fire.
It's on fire. HH24 looking for a meds probably. Trying to get medded up. And this is it's a standstill now. And Picado, such a tough area to really engage in a fight. I mean, these two teams have been doing it back and forth, though. So I think they're just ready to jump the gun and just go at it. But they're looking for a little bit more info before they pull the trigger. And hopefully something happens soon, because zone it's away from them, right? But this is such a good opportunity for them to rotate and get in such a good position. They just need to do it quicker rather than later.
That's right. So you can't take too much time, because if you do, you are going to get punished. And you know what? You could always leave, too. Right, Zute?
Yeah,
You don't
Penguin
gotta
falling
fight
asleep.
this. You don't gotta fight this. Just back off. Find that little vehicle. Try to get to safety. And live to fight another day. I mean, hot drops, we've seen them very rarely work out efficiently. So I'm surprised that we even caught one here in this last match.
I mean, those two teams, I think neither of them are. Because if they were ready to drop and leave, they wouldn't have dropped there in the first place. These two teams have been dropping there like day in, day out. They're there to fight. I hope I don't see one of the teams just leaving at this point, right? It's like, why even drop there in the first place if you're not going to do the fight?
Good point. Good point. Why? Why would you do that even in the first place? Questions that I always have. You know what? One team that's being really active on the rotation? SLR. SLR. They won the last game, right? They rotated all the way to El Pozo, so they're going to be looted out of their minds in this match and not have a bad position either. So I'm already starting to get excited here. Maybe this could be that turn of events, that turn game. And we've seen it before, right, Zute? We've seen crazier things. We've seen one game, a team pop off, and then just go on a roll afterwards.
Yeah, definitely so. It could have been Passion Fruits, but then they ran into brick wall.
Yes.
Passion Fruit Esports. They ran into brick wall that last game. They had a hot win, and then I'm not sure what happened on Erangel. Speedfire, Jimmy 77K popped some shots, and instantly they're on the top. Excuse They got to go aggressive here. This is when you don't
Yes.
just stand still. You're at a bad spot. Make a move now. The longer you wait, the worse it's going to get.
Nice little low toss from Jimmy. Doesn't catch the mark, but we like to see it. Price getting bodied in the back. Yep. You called it right. The longer you wait, the more angles you give up, and excuse getting shredded right there.
That is such a just when you get more experience in comp, you realize when you're in a bad spot, you need to do something, not choke under the pressure and just be, oh no, okay, let's watch angles, and then you're gonna get taken out.
Yeah. Just like that. You gotta have that. You know what's crazy? You get that instinct after a while. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like that internal. I talked about that internal timer in your head when you're in a fight and you're sitting still for too long. You're like, I'm about to get caught off guard. I know someone's rotating on me. I'm about to get hit. HH24 goes down again.
It's okay. They're double enraged. It's
double enraged.
It's an even higher buff. But unfortunately for K19, they already lost a player. So it's not HH24 going down first this time around. He's the second one to get knocked. And I think K19 is, oh yeah, Wall Street bets. They're pushing across. They're in the car. They want this. They want these 2 points. Send a message.
Yeah. That's not the play. I mean, if you're going to lose a player first, it's got to be HH. You can't lose another one before.
That's where it all went wrong, yeah.
Yeah, that's where everything went wrong. And now you can see them in trouble. Skur and Trip on the back foot trying to figure out what to do. And let's see what the play is going to be. Bad. Got that S12K. He's waiting for it. Trip's got the M249, okay? That's a nice weapon to have in this situation. HH24 does go down, regardless, a rough game for K19.
Not just a rough game, just a rough 2 weeks.
Yeah. They're trying to turn things up here. Here comes Trip with that M249. He does almost get naded. That kind of hurt.
That's a lot of damage.
Guess what? Where are his first aids? He don't got none.
Nothing. No loot. At least he has the M249. And it's all a matter of time. This building is hard to push, though, right?
It really is.
If you push up the stairs, just one shot and you're knocked, and then you're blocking the stairway of your teammates, and then it gets really dicey.
Don't want things to get too dicey.
This is that situation of, no, you go first. No, you.
Yeah, no, you first. You go first, right? No, you were the one that said that you weren't to go. Well, the rest are going to have to get going right now. Because, I mean, this is not the best part of the zone right here. All these squads got to get it moving. So at a certain point, you just got to make the commitment and just go.
Some pre-fires going out. Trip. Watching the cross from the arena. They should just be double holding the... Oh, okay, well, maybe he might catch it. No, the other player makes it across.
Ooh.
He really needed that. Like,
yes, he did.
Badly.
Oh, Skirt. Oh. With the single taps, the pre-fire coming out, and then, yeah, you know, well done from Wall Street Bets, finishing off K19.
They did lose a player, though.
They did, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, was it the first player that got knocked? He had time to thirst that? Wow, okay. That's unfortunate for Wall Street Bets. But they win the fight, and more than anything, I think this is an ego fight at this point. Like, they lost a player, lose out a lot of time on a rotation, but I think they're more than happy just knowing the fact that, hey, we beat K19 again.
Again, right? At what point is K19 going to realize, like, hey, you know what? It's just time to go. Like, this is just not the hot drop that we were hoping for.
I don't think K19 is going to change their
Did they give this up?
No, I think they... As much as I hate to say it, I think they know leaderboards-wise, they're in a spot where it's like, no chance, right? Kind of.
Dang.
So they're just going to stick to it. And Hyper, Speedfire. Speedfire getting the better of Hyper here. And, well, we saw what Hyper could do with just 2 when they just run away, so they might just run away with 3.
That's possible, but you know what? I think this is a different Hyper. I think this is a different Hyper. I think they run away, but they take a little bit more time to run away. You know what I'm saying? They said they're thinking about it. They're thinking about it. Serpentine, and he's gone.
All right, Hyper with 3.
Kindness
they could still do A
Look at that.
lot.
Kind of photo was perfect. He's like, peace. We're out of here. We're out of here as GK first goes down. Skyline gets knocked. And SLR, okay, right? SLR, one of the first teams to rotate to this side of the map. Now getting into a MEZEXIS, and they have the advantage here. They got to watch out for that third party. But Stellar with a nice nade. Is hit. Oh, it's Stellar with a pre-fire. What's the rest of his team, though? He needs that support.
Ton. Really putting in good fire. And inactive from over the top. Trying to do what he can, but two of MEZEXIS are already knocked. SLR just looking a step above the other teams that they're fighting right now. Man, SLR really turned it up. You called it out, and it looks like they are going to keep that momentum.
Let's go. The momentum.
Oh, and they catch up.
Wow. All right. I'm telling you, super lazy reflex. All it takes is one good elimination, one good game, and you could really just start bouncing off of that momentum. And I love to see them really start capitalizing here.
Circle, we're about to shift again. The action does not stop. Where does it go? To the high ground, more than likely. A lot of that is all high ground there on your map. The circle will shift. Yep, right on to power grid.
Wow. Power grid finish. Been a minute. Been a minute. But let's see how these teams are going to utilize it. And Hyper's in a good spot. And SLR. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Burn, baby. Burn. Puppeteer starting to push him. Stellar. Don't leave. Don't leave. Commit to the fight. Commit to the fight.
Oh, yeah. He's gone. He is out of there.
All it takes is a good couple knocks from that position, and he could have turned it around. But, yeah, instead, going to go ahead and take those losses and move on.
Yeah. 2v4. Yeah, all they need is a good couple knocks. I don't think it's that easy, though.
No, it's not that easy, for sure. But, I mean, at a certain point, it's like, it's Miramar. What are you going to do with 2 up and with this long of a rotation? You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of the top teams commit there. I think a lot of the top teams just commit and realize, hey, you know what? We either win this fight and we get a full reset and we can get some serious points, or what do we get? 1 or 2 points, maybe? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They might just pull off the. They might pull off the in hyper though, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You never know.
Frady Slayers. Yeah, look at that. Frady going off.
Yeah, Frady almost getting knocked. Does get the win there. Butterfly effect down to 3. That nade's gonna take Frady down though. And yep. Oh, okay. I thought Frady survived for a second. Oh, he kept moving. And Frady gets knocked. Remix coming in here. Remix been kind of quiet today. See if he can get things started right here. Look at the angles.
Wow.
On the high ground.
Maybe looking for some more angles as well. To get that adrenaline off. We're getting shot. Exotico, he's still looting. D gets caught as well. I mean, we're just seeing people get peppered from every single angle. Here comes Remix with the nade. Does it hit? A little off the mark. Oh, actually, no, it did. It did piece up Kubi pretty good right there. So here comes Extreme Slayers looking to finish off Butterfly Effect. That's Puppeteers? No, it was Jimmy. Jimmy from up top catching Kubi through the window and gets the finish.
The angles.
What? How?
Yeah, I don't know. Where is... It's not Extreme Slayers getting that, but... Oh! Remix. Gets team-nated. Exotic. Oh, it is going so poorly right now. Here comes Passion Fruits. Zuko.
Wow, Zuko caught him. That's gotta hurt.
This is a very messy fight.
So good.
If I've ever seen one.
It's gonna keep getting messier, I feel, as wow, Hayuya does get that finish, but they lose 2 players in the process, and that's just gotta sting.
Yeah, that's not worth.
Not worth indeed. That hurts. That hurts right there. Well, let's see as 4-1-2, right? 4-1-2 coming off a good game. Now going up against Execute, which pretty quiet today. And in a bad spot. Oh my goodness. Aleem just putting in work.
Oh, third-party team though.
Oh yeah, watch out. Gun pain up close and personal. Casper on the back end. Focusing on too many different squads. Not much that they had much of a choice. But man, because of that, now it's just the trick. Here comes the pre-fire. Should be easy finish here from and it is. Execute. Gone.
Gone and out of there. Only 3 eliminations. They put up some points, but Puppeteers, they're still here looking to close out the fight on this western side. Ujay, back and forth. 4-1-2. Yeah, they're going to try and eject out of there. They're only down to 2 players. They don't want to take this fight, but where can they go? There's BULUC CHABTAN right in front of them.
BULUC CHABTAN so close. Puppeteer trying to get these finishes. Add some more points to the board. Meanwhile, starting to see some pushes here. BULUC CHABTAN taking a little bit more time than I think we've seen them do. Normally they get a little bit more aggressive in these kind of situations, but I think now they're looking to prioritize circles since it did kind of go away from the spot.
Yeah, they know with the blue zone closing in, these players have to go our way either way, so let's just wait it out. And surely they catch Aleem. Yeah, Aleem taken down. That is 4-1-2 eliminated. Decent day, very good day for 4-1-2 actually. So we'll see if they could continue that into tomorrow. 4-1-2 still waiting for the rest of the Puppeteers. Where's Puppeteers going? I think Puppeteers know better. They're gonna be like, okay, we're gonna go the other way around.
Gotta take our time. We'll take our time. Try to get here safely. Dong! We're doing the flipping the Marauder over, and he is ready to go. So far, it looks like Puppeteers with 5 eliminations. Wow, doing a pretty good job. Speedfire as well with 5. Okay, all right, Speedfire, let's go. In the center zone as well. And Hyper are pretty set up, though. They have 3 people in the game. And
they're down to 1.
Wow, they're down to, just like that, down to 1. And this could have been their chance, too, especially considering that YKG isn't playing the last game.
Yep, for the first time, YKG can watch this and see. Oh, okay, hold on. Just because I said that, watch and Hyper finish in the top 3 somehow.
Uh-oh.
I mean, he's center zone. So, you never know. It is N Hyper.
You're all right. It is, in fact, N Hyper.
There's no way, though. Like, look at how bad of a spot.
Yeah, that definitely not looking too good.
Oh,
and,
okay.
oh, yeah, Ren just going
There
down
we go.
just like that. It's got to sting. It's got to sting. And I'll tell you what, it's little games like this where, you know, that door starts to open because this could have been a game where they really caught up and, you know, outperformed YKG on the day overall. And, yeah.
I mean, they're still really far up.
They're still really far up.
Yeah.
That's true, right? But you don't want to let that gap get any closer than it needs to be. So don't get too comfortable. Don't get too comfortable if you're in Hyper, but we'll see them play tomorrow. Zone does go on to the center. PASSIONFRUIT in a good spot here. I think it's their time to really put up some big points. But Speedfire has 8, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, it's all because they took that one's position away from N Hyper. It just goes to show N Hyper can really pick their spots. Because if N Hyper didn't get pushed there, they are chilling exactly where Speedfire is. But Speedfire took the fight, took the position, took the win, and they are making work right there. 8 eliminations, you said? Yeah, 8, and looking to get a lot more with 4 players still up.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. So let's see here. As we are watching Hayuya just chill right now. This is the calm before the storm. The calm before the storm right here. So everybody just kind of taking their time. Wait, looking to find some angles, see if they can catch some players slipping. This is always what happens, though, in the last game, right? Half the lobby gone super early.
Yep.
So I think that's what has been the trend. You know, yesterday or the last day we saw, it was a little bit of a mix-up. But you know what? Today, it's true to form. So we're seeing a lot of teams go out early. And since we're seeing so many eliminations, Ute, which team do you think is going to have the most eliminations in this one?
I'm going to go with the easy pick here, Speedfire.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that pick. I don't think it's a bad one at all. I think Speedfire, easy. They have 8 eliminations. PASSIONFRUIT has the range, but they only have 1. So trying to catch up at this point, I think it's going to be too much. It should be them. Yeah, I'll be surprised if it is.
We'll see. More teams starting to push in now with the zone. It's closing ever so slowly. Lotus about to get taken out here. Yep. Baby Tang getting the better of that one. Now we're down to just 7 teams. Yeah, that's a big circle, but not a lot of room to play in because no one could go into the middle because it's open to PASSIONFRUIT, Sightline, and We saw earlier SF's sideline so deadly, and all 4 of us, of course, picking Speedfire.
Yeah, everyone picking Speedfire here should be easy. Clown. Yeah, Clown has been such a good player before, right? We saw him just be a monster in the past. He hasn't had that same shine that we've seen, but you know what? I'll tell you what, him, Drago, today, Baby Tang, Quinn as well, right? These guys have shown up big time. And honestly, they have shown up today as like the best team when it comes to defending areas. Like they just were like a Captain America shield today. It was crazy.
That's a really good comparison. Yeah, they stopped like 2 top teams pushing back to back. First a 3v4, then a 2v4. Not easy to do. We'll see if they could play defensive though on the next zone shift. Might go off of them, in which case they'll have to go aggressive. But look at the lay of the battlefield right now, Jukes. There is barely anyone left, and it is a dead man zone in the center of the map.
Couldn't have said it better myself. The center of the map is a place that's going to be tough. Tough to land in. And meanwhile, let's go ahead and see as it centers up. All right. Well, players are going to have to make something happen in this situation. And Speedfire's on the south side. They're going to have to keep an eye on BULUC CHABTAN. And PASSIONFRUIT up north has a really good spot, but they haven't really been utilizing it to the best of their advantage. It's been tough because so many teams went out early that they haven't really had a lot of sight lines to try to pick up some elims.
Well, they're going to pick up some here with this circle. A lot of teams have to move into the open. Excuse. Last one up. Matt popped off some shots kind of prematurely, I feel like. I think he should just play spoiler. Let them get extremely close and he can maybe pick up a point or 2. But shooting right there, we'll see what his plan is. It does push the Canadian Eagles away because Canadian Eagles is like, hey, we still have zone over here. If we can't take that position, we're fine. We'll just chill. Big chill right here on the south side of the zone.
Sometimes that's the play. You know, just kick back, relax, don't sweat it. Oh, Puppeteer going down as Extreme Slayers are starting to heat things up. Extreme Slayers, right? Looking to put up some big points. It's just Hayuya and Remix, but I'll tell you what, sometimes that's just enough.
Juancho looking to catch some players out here. Juancho's got that mini. He's got a lot of shots with it too. Gets tagged up just a little bit there. Throws a smoke, so he really wants to see the angle sightline onto Extreme Slayers. Rest of PASSIONFRUITs, they're going to push up. They're going to use that whole entire ridge line they have in front of them to play with. But they just got to make sure Extreme Slayers don't catch any one of them and get a confirmation.
Gotta be careful. And you can see Juancho. I said it. This was Juancho's day, right? Juancho, we're going to start seeing go nuts. So
where's his car?
Where's his car? He don't got it. He don't need it, dude. He's got the good old, what we like to call back home, the Batamobile. He's got 2 feet. He's getting shot, though. You got to be careful.
Oh,
as
no.
Juancho does go down.
What is going on?
Where is the rest of the squad? They got to help him out, and they better do it quick. But, oh, my gosh, Nate gets knocked, too. BULUC CHABTAN putting in work from long range.
I feel like that's such a Juancho thing to happen. He's, like, in charge of covering the team, and then he's like, hey, guys, you took my car. Where's my car at?
Where's it at?
Oh, my God. PASSIONFRUIT's going to lose, too.
Oh,
they could have won this game. And they lose, too, because of that.
You hate to see it.
Oh.
Yeah, was it what did I curse him?
Oh, PASSIONFRUIT Esports, man.
What have I done?
Entertainment.
What have I done?
That's entertainment right there.
Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Well, let's see how they're gonna bounce back from this situation. As we look at Extreme Slayers as a duo, right? They have this beautiful little valley here. They could definitely make something happen. They're gonna spot BULUC wide out in the open, and Remix is deciding to throw nades because he doesn't want to give away his position just yet, especially with the zone shift. Real smart for him to throw this nade rather than take those easy shots.
Yep. That one's gotta be good. Oh, a little bit too far in the air, but hey, shoot the toes. Remix.
Takes the shots.
Zuko's pretty much. Oh, nice spray by Zuko. And he's gonna go aggressive, I think. Yeah, that's really smart.
Yep.
That. Oh.
Oh, second thoughts. Second thoughts. Take your time, sir. don't want to get caught slipping, making a mistake. I think that's exactly what we're seeing. So just a little bit of patience right here. And rightfully so, as they do get the res.
Okay. Playing it slow. I mean, that just invites more util being thrown their way, potentially. But we'll see how this goes. And yeah, they're still caught in a really bad spot. So now Duco will go down. Valak bandaging right up. I think it's because they got the zone. You saw the zone shift?
Ear hold! As BULUC CHABTAN just have been a menace this game. Just racking up points and third-partying squads from their position. So they have just been menacing here from long range.
Yeah, where's SF at? I haven't seen anything from them. They've just been
Good question.
letting all these teams get real estate on the East and West.
Here, as the Canadian Eagles. PASSIONFRUIT eliminated just like that. So Canadian Eagles done and dusted on the off angle here, looking to get aggressive. So now they're starting to turn up the heat, especially with this hill. You want to pick up as much of the zone as you can. They do have to worry about, you know, extreme slayers on the side, but from their position, they shouldn't be that much concerned.
Yeah. They could just ignore them for now, honestly. Just make sure they don't expose their angles to them. But extreme slayers, they're not going to be ignored. They're going to make the push, and they go over. A nice little quick rotation in. But it does put them in a tough spot. It's proactive, though. They got to do something. And Remix, he's still up for the team. And, oh, the nades are coming in.
The nades are coming in hot as well. And let's see here. As Poppy Sour with the crash. And catches Remix. Just like that. Goodbye.
Speedfire could really third-party this now. Canadian Eagles gets one of Speedfire. So Speedfire actually getting cut down. They're out of the zone. Speedfire is going to get gate kept by one or two players while the rest continue this deadly fight. Going back and forth. Neither player knocked on either team. But, oh, Tank! He's on fire!
Uh-oh.
Is he going to survive that? No, he does not.
No, he doesn't. That's got to hurt. That has got to hurt. Speedfire cannot throw this match. And we thought they were a surefire, right? For the most eliminations. Canadian Eagles has 6. BULUC CHABTAN has 5. Anybody here can get the most elims. And Canadian Eagle are focused on, I think, way too many things at once. They got to keep their eyes on BULUC CHABTAN because here they come. Drago with the defense up close.
Oh,
gets
from the
caught.
side.
Oh
Illusion.
My goodness. Illusion on this
wrap.
off angle is absolutely destroying the Eagles. What were they even doing? Looking at Speedfire.
Yeah, they needed one player dedicated to that off angle, but they didn't. That one player is watching the north side, and they are getting cut down now. Canadian Eagles, bad boy. Last one up, I think. Yeah, Canadian Eagles go down, but Luke is looking like they're going to be the ones to take this win, as it is now a 4v4, and BULUC CHABTAN have all the real estate in the world.
Well, Speedfire, we thought that they were going to have the most eliminations here at the end of this game, and it is still possible. It is still possible if they take out the entire roster of BULUC CHABTAN. So let's see. Let's see. It's a tie. It's a tie. 8 versus 8. Who's going to win this?
BULUC in a way better position, though. But it comes down to
way more
gunshots.
aggressive, too.
The gun skill.
Gun skill matters, baby. You got to hit them shots. You got to hit them shots. Uh-oh. Speedfire's getting close, but that nade looks disgusting. Canceled it. And he caught his toes.
The toes.
Clown. Wow. And then Clown with the aggressive shots. He does go down, though, so that's a trade. And a big one, too.
Back to 3v3. Sees up. That nade's coming in. It's going to hurt a little bit. No, it falls way too short. And he gets caught. Illusion doing so much work for the team.
Wow. Yes, he is. Illusion on these angles have been disgusting, but where's the rest of Speedfire? Where's the rest? They're taking their time. They're waiting. They're losing. BULUC CHABTAN. Just too strong here in this game.
Yeah, it's done. 3v1. Jimmy, unless he could pull off a miracle.
Nope.
Oh, nope.
Can't do it. Wow, BULUC CHABTAN. Talk about dominance at the end of that game. That is how you finish a match.
Yeah, Speedfire just I don't know what happened. They just didn't have any map presence whatsoever. They waited until the last moment to move into the zone and then use their smokes rather than smoking earlier to see if they can get more control. But BULUC, that's how you do it, with the aggression, the off angles, Illusion opening up all of those fights right there.
And Illusion on that angle was gross, you know, and those are the kind of splits you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Just that's how you cover each other, protect each other. Perfect sight line, perfect vision, and that's why we see him there with the most eliminations. 903 damage as well. Good to see Clown back up on the board as well. Let's go, Papa. So a beautiful game, you know, for these teams. I think Speedfire, we're starting to see some action, some climbing, but obviously just need to work on their finishing.
Yeah, it's just one of those experience things. For more like amateur teams, when you just keep getting the circle and you're safe in the compound, you get trapped into thinking like, okay, we're safe, we'll just wait it out. We have the zone, we're safe, we'll just wait it out. No, you can go aggressive still. You can smoke off angles, try and work things out. But they did get a second place finish with 8 eliminations, so that's not bad at all.
Yep, not bad at all. Take it to the bank, guys. What a crazy day. That's it for me and Zute here. Let's go ahead and take it to the highlights so the desk can wrap it up.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the closing of our third day of Phase 2 as BULUC CHABTAN take home a victory. And another much-needed victory. I feel like I've been saying that a lot today, but to be fair, it's a lot of our mid to lower tier teams that have been, mid to lower pack teams, tier teams, able to really step up today and get a lot of eliminations or chicken dinners. And BC get the win when they desperately need it, though. I think Uneven and I are a little bit unhappy with the way a certain team played out that final zone. Speedfire. Uneven, I'll just let you bring up the topic, or at least discuss it, because I don't want to steal away what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy. I thought they were playing it well, right? They were biding their time, and you know, as I was telling you, like right now, they want to be looking at the kill feed, right? They know those other two teams are going to get into a conflict, and they know their best opportunity, obviously, is when they see trades going both ways, right? So BC got one opening, BC got two openings. Still, I was like, okay, they're playing well. They're waiting for their timing, and as soon as you see that one trade onto BC, meaning that there's knocks on both sides, that's when you got to execute. And that moment came, it passed, and Speedfire were nowhere to be seen. They waited. I don't know what they were waiting for, but you know, obviously, when there are knocks on both sides, that is when you execute your third party, guys. That's just, it makes sense. It's the best opportunity you're gonna get. Allowing them to get their reses is just always gonna be a negative, right? There's no benefit.
Yeah, I think they fell asleep because they didn't have their Monster Energy drink today, which actually helps them unleash the beast, man. As long as they push, like you were calling it out, like, okay, one knock, two knocks, okay, knock the other way, okay, go. And we're sitting there watching the map stream, and we're just like, they're not going. And you're like, well, do they have any vehicles? And they're still not going. And the Canadian Eagles went down, and then it was like, hey, now we push. And I mean, obviously some mistakes being made here, but they still get themselves a second place finish. Let's take a look at the match rankings here and so many points these teams ended up getting for themselves. And well, we also lost our prediction game, right, with Speedfire, thinking they'd have the most eliminations. We looked CHABTAN able to take it themselves. And to be fair, I did say to you while watching, I was like, why do I have the feeling BC's going to win this game?
That's true. Yeah, I mean, BC also had a much harder, more difficult game, right? They were on that edge. They, as opposed to Speedfire, did take their third-party opportunities when 412 and Puppeteers were fighting. They saw that, they took advantage of that, they wiped out, they finished that fight, and then they had that whole west side open and clear to them, you know, which allowed them to make all sorts of movements towards that north side of the road, towards PSF, towards Extreme Slayers, and you know, yeah, they played that really well. Speedfire also cleaned up a lot of kills from their compound, but you know, as I keep saying, when you're center and you got that compound, you don't got to move. You don't get as many elimination opportunities, and that's why we got it all wrong. They should have had the win though, which would have then pushed them into the top eliminations. But you know, it was my guess, right? Or it was my estimate, so we had to lose that one.
I feel like having, oh man, come on. I feel like having you on the show here, being an analyst, right? I feel like it's just going to make you start playing again and put together a team and really show NA what it's about, what you learned in Japan and what you've been seeing. Because you definitely commented a lot when we were watching, like, they should be doing this, they should be doing that. I would make this call, I'd make that call. I think you're getting the drive back. And one team who hasn't had the drive here in this last game, unfortunately, and Hyper, 0 points. This could have been another great opportunity. I know they've had a really good week. I'm not trying to knock on them, but the fact is, like, any points you get right now just makes it that much harder for YKG to catch up to you in their PMGC points, right? And as long as you hold on to this lead that you have, you're going to be getting yourself through into PMGC, the biggest event of the year. So, and Hyper, obviously try to keep this pace up. YKG need to catch up. And again, a lot of teams need to catch up right now to get into our first place for the 10 bonus points. We'll take a look at our overalls. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not, and Hyper still going to be sitting pretty in first place, almost by 30 points.
Yeah, you know, it also just adds that little bit of sting to know that Speedfire took that compound from Hyper, right? They had kind of a poor hold on it. They got exposed by utility, and then they sat in it until the very end of the game. So that could have very, very easily been a win for Hyper if they just didn't get pushed out of their compound. And you always hate to lose games like that, right? Like, that was yours. You just kind of had to hold that little bit. But, you know, they're still fine. A very, very large lead. You know, they're very comfortable. They could not play for 5 games probably and still be in first place.
Well, yeah, with the way Extreme Slayer has been playing today, definitely the 5 games.
Yeah.
But 412 Nomads, Ace of Spades, Passionfruit, Lotus, like 4 teams here really having a big turnaround in week 2. And I'm really happy to see this because, I mean, obviously you don't want to see teams just kind of coast. You want to see teams improving, and 412 Nomads have definitely done that. And Ace of Spades. I think give credit to both those 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting up a fight. As you said, they're not being complacent. They're not, like, accepting their low position, and they're realizing that, you know, honestly, there's a lot of rankings up for the taking, right? YKG's not playing at their normal level. Extreme Slayers isn't, and so they're taking advantage of that, and boom, they're shooting up there. They're getting those points, and that practice as well, and that confidence. All this adds up.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 412 Nomads, if they can get in second place, which all they need is 3 points because they have the chicken dinner tiebreaker, that's 6 points straight into your bonus points for the end, or for the finals, I should say. And of course, there's always that, like, 4th amount of bonus points to be awarded when it comes to the overalls within each of the phases combined. So there's a lot of points for these teams to get, and honestly, 6 points can be enough to get you into regionals, honestly. YKG here, they started the day off on the 3rd page, able to finish it off on an 11th. So a good step up by them, but good is not what we expected at YKG. We expect better than that, and obviously a little bit of a slow start this week. I don't want to be too harsh on them. Maybe tomorrow. I think that's my cutoff. If you were to give them a cutoff, what would it be? Like tomorrow, and you're like, okay, something's got to change, something's going wrong, or are you going to give them more slack?
You know, my cutoff was a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Listen, I'm a competitor. If I was on that team, I'd be unhappy, and I would have been unhappy for a while now. You know, being on the bottom side of that page after this amount of games, you know, these are a lot of, we're talking about 15 games now. You know, I understand a couple games, I understand some slow starts, but the more these days pack on, and you know, they climbed a little bit, but staying at that bottom, like, can't even see them when we're looking at the first page. That should not be happening, right?
Jeez.
So
can't even see
them
when looking at the first page.
Yeah.
So mean, but so true. And definitely, right? Like, if you want to be the king of a region, if you want to earn that crown that's in their logo, you got to prove you're the best in the region, and you got to prove it consistently. But we'll see. We still have more matches coming tomorrow. I think that's actually going to pretty much end out our day here. I'm not sure if we have to take a look at the MVP or not, because we're both going to have zero indicator of who's going to be the MVP of the day.
Kind of guessing in Hyper, member, right?
No. I'm gonna go for 412 Nomads if we have it. I don't know if we do have it, so I'm gonna pull up my little sheet here on my side, and I'll see if I can locate it before production can throw up a graphic on us.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
also,
quick.
You know, one quick thing about YKG, you know, like, I am being harsh on them, right? But it's because they are that top 2 contender, right? They're fighting to be the NA representative at Worlds. So my bar is set higher for them than for anybody else. So you gotta be harsh.
So our MVP actually is Chico,
There you go.
which I find
Interesting.
kind of interesting because we were kind of not super happy with some of the positions he was taking, right? We were discussing this before, thinking about, I think it was on like a previous Erangel, he was kind of off to the side, and the rest,
Kendi.
yeah, it was Vikendi, and then
Yeah.
the rest of his team gets kind of crashed on, and they lose the fight against BOPE. Yeah, and then even the same thing, I believe, when we were on the first Erangel, when YKG had to push up against 412 Nomads, right?
Yeah, you know, honestly, as I said, I like that Vikendi position. I thought he should have adjusted to the context and the situations that, as they happened a little bit better, a little bit quicker. But you know, he's looking for those off angles. He's looking for that control. I think it was a good spot, like regardless, you know, if you disregard the team fight, he had a nice like open high ground to control and pick up some elimination points. So you know, I think maybe if he did that in a couple other games and kind of slid under our radar and was able to pick up those points, that's why he shot up there. I like those plays as long as you're playing smart and you don't give any free knocks. It's always beneficial for a team when a player can successfully do that, right? Paraboy type style.
Oh, I haven't heard that name in a while. Second MVP of the day was Quinny Poo from Canadian Eagles. Wancho was third from PASSIONFRUIT. Kindness was fourth from NHyper, and Joey was fifth from YKG. I don't know. I expected 412 to have actually someone a lot higher. It's actually a Lim who's in 8th in that list. Kind of surprising to me, actually. But then again, a lot of damage, eliminations, and of course, survival time definitely goes into it. But you know what, Uneven, I think that's going to round out our day, man. We've had an interesting day. We didn't have any repeat chicken dinners. We had some newer teams, SLR getting a win, BULUC CHABTAN getting a win, PASSIONFRUIT getting a win, even 412 Nomads. It's great to see that things have been shaking up here, but we still have 2 days left to go in our second phase. We'll be back at the exact same time tomorrow. And Uneven, if you were a vegetable, what would you be?
Oh man, that a carrot, man.
I was thinking carrot because you said you're long and you said banana on
I'm
fruit.
long.
Well, you know what? What kind of vegetable are you? You can always tweet us with the hashtag PMPLNA and obviously post on Instagram as well. But we'll see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time for some more PUBG mobile action.
HP through the smoke. There's no way he can get this.
Shots. He throws the grenade, but Fate comes in.
He does it!